Welcome to Monday. Again, I appreciate you taking time yesterday afternoon and working as hard as you worked. I do apologize again. When I got home, I thought, when I ended the meeting, I just ended the meeting and walked out. And when I got the note that said that the 40 coaches were waiting out there for a meeting and we were supposed to start at 5:30 and it was 5:20, I thought we just needed to kind of quickly end it. But we will circle back after our morning session today, probably right after lunch, and finish up the COVID report, which we were just getting to masking and all that, but that's certainly something we need to discuss and talk about, but we'll do that this afternoon. I say welcome again on a gorgeous Monday. My wife said, "Why are you working?" Because it's President's Day. And I said, the superintendent told me I was working. And if she tells me I can come home, I'll be home in a little while. But she hasn't offered that, so I'm here. But anyway, I do welcome you all. I want to say, which I didn't do yesterday, but those ladies back in the back corner back there, and her and everybody else that makes this happen. And as long as Mary Davis Brown is doing the food, you know it's going to be lots of it, but it'll probably be healthy. And I like the non-healthy stuff. But as long as she gives me some Reese's Cups, we're good to go. So, want to introduce our superintendent, whom we highly regard, as she introduces our guest of the day.
And we promise you might get to go home a little bit early today.
Yes.
We do have a couple of members who have some other obligations, so we'll try to be as expedient as possible. I joined Dr. Buck in thanking our team who made this all possible for us all, the organizing and just making sure that things were in good order for us to do the work. I was inspired by the conversations yesterday. I think it seems, based on the conversation as we were trying to get out the door, that everyone seemed pleased with the opportunity to have discussions and good dialogue. And it would seem to be a good learning experience for folks. Mrs. Miller-Kegler was charged a while back with finding a way for us to take a long-range look at our facility plan, and she, of course, came up with a great strategy. She pulled in a team of professionals who know Savannah-Chatham County and have been a part of our journey for a while. So I'm going to ask her to come up and talk to you about our professionals who've joined us today, what process they'll be engaging us in, and I'll remind you about the book that I read yesterday, which encourages you to be you. One of the strengths that I talk about with our team is the fact that we are each open and honest, and in these sessions we have an opportunity to learn what people really think and feel, and each of us is open to learning from each other and sometimes even changing our opinions, either one way or the other based on information, which is what educated people do, right?
Right.
You learn new information, it may influence how you're thinking. So, Mrs. Miller-Kegler, if you'll please join me in welcoming her up front.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity and reminding me to be me, because that's the only way I know how to do it. For those of us who've been on this journey with me, and I am happy to say, for those of who've not heard me say it, and I continue to ring that bell, that March 1st will be a very, very good milestone for me in this district. Dr. Buck looking at me like, what? I have 30 years on March the 1st. And it's the people like you that I've worked with.
It's sad that you can't retire until you're at 45.
45 years? Okay.
The new policy
But the good thing about being me is that it's people like you who've allowed me to be me and remain here. Where there may have been other opportunities or just don't want to be here. And that's important about being you. And most of you have been you to me, too. Yes, Mr. Hatchmore. So, and I could appreciate that. And, you know, you challenged me, you stretched me, you pushed me. When I moved into this role, you supported me and held me up when I wasn't saying all the things, so, and I appreciate that. And that's the kind of organization that we have. So with that said, we're working on a long-range plan, which is critical for an organization as we want to look forward, not making those decisions 2 years, 1 year, this school year, but no, stretching yourself and looking at what's next in regards to education. And I always talk about operations as the pedestals that hold up academics. We support whatever your needs are. We make sure those facilities, transportation, maintenance, we don't always get it right, but when we get the opportunity to go back and make sure we're giving you what you need, that's what we do. So, in preparing for our current long-range plan, we're looking 10 years out at least, and that's what our policy said. We need to be planning, and as Darryl said when he met with the team, we want to start with the end in mind. What do we want it to look like? So we tasked a couple of folks to come in. Parsons and MGT partnered together and completed our last facilities condition assessment. So they have some previous history. They have some data that they can have a point of departure, and we're not having to start from ground one. So that served as a benefit from us. The cabinet members have had an opportunity to meet with them directly, but it's important that we have some feedback and dialogue with you as the elected officials, as the policymakers. Want to hear from you, let you hear what we have brought forward as far as the cabinet members. So I'm going to take this opportunity to bring Sam up with Parsons. Simi is with MGT. They'll take you through their plan for you for this morning. Had a really good session when staff had a chance to work with them, but this is your opportunity to look at some of the things that we have said as a cabinet. Then it's critical that we hear from you and how we're going to continue our work and moving forward with a long-range plan.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's really great to be here. Members of the committee, members of the board, Dr. Levitt, Mrs. Miller-Kegler, thank you again for that wonderful introduction. My name is Sam Mandola, and Dr. Simi Rayford and I are delighted to be here to discuss the development of your long-range facilities plan, specifically the outcomes of the diagnostic assessment that we performed with the members' department heads on February 9th, which by all accounts was a huge success that gained a lot of information that we're going to share with you. I lead Parsons Facility Asset Management Group, and as Ms. Miller-Kegler mentioned, we performed the baseline assessment of your facilities in 2015-16, which resulted in a capital improvement plan at the time. We also followed up in 2018, it was, to do a Safer Schools assessment, which is being implemented today, and in fact the police chief mentioned a lot of things about that on February 9th. The grants, in fact, that $4 million in grants that he was able to apply for and gain using the information from that report. So we're very proud of that. My company also has been supporting your SPLOS program, construction program, since 2013. So as Ms. Miller-Kegler says, we do have a lot of familiarity with your facilities. So lastly, I'll just say with my company and MGT Consulting, we have been doing this work together nationwide since 15 years ago, and we've done as many jobs for school districts around the country. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Dr. Simi Rayford.
Thanks, Sam. When we did our meeting with the heads on the 9th, I said, we're like peanut butter and jelly. You know, we're great separately, but we're even better together. We are excited to be in this endeavor. And we were already excited when we started. We got even more excited about the project after we had a chance to meet with you. So I'm gonna start by, I always end up, I get 500 cards, and 2 years later, I still have 500 cards because I never remember to give them out. So I'm just gonna hand these out. I'm like, how do I still have so many cards?
Now you got 400.
So now I have 400, yes. So I'm gonna advance, and it will not just be Sam and I talking. You're going to, it's going to be interactive after we present our summary of what we did on the 9th. We're gonna wanna hear from you, and we're gonna ask you many of the same questions that we asked the district department heads. So with that, let's just go on, a little walk here through. I'm pressing it down. Where do I need to point it? Oop, there it is. There we go. All right, so on the 9th, we started the first phase of the diagnostic assessment by doing in-depth interviews with a wide range of the staff or the district administrators. And today, we're continuing that process with meeting and interviewing you. The next steps, Sam is going to kick off to say, after we have this very crucial bit of information that we're going to gather today, what the next part of our journey will be.
You got it upside down.
Oh, that's what, there we go, that works.
There we go.
All right, so this is just a list of the folks that we interviewed that day, and you can see we covered the spectrum. And many thanks to the staff members who coordinated this. Thanks for you for being so responsive. And we wanted to make sure that we didn't just have academics or just operations, because one is, you can't have one without the other and have a highly functioning system. So the beautiful thing about it, we sent our questions in advance, and Sam and I were just pinching ourselves because it was like having just all of your best and brightest students show up. They'd all done their homework. They even came with notes and handouts and information, and we were so thrilled. And Sam and I do this work all over the country, and and many times you only know what you know. This is here and this is what you are. I'm going to tell you from a national perspective, this was by far the best pre-interview diagnostic interview, and I will tell you why it was so good. Many times when you have things like that, you tell people, oh, you can be honest, you can be open, and you get this, oh my God, it's so hard, and I never have enough money, and they've cut me again, and it's just this, you feel like you're doing therapy. I just want to like pull out tissues, you know, and it's so terrible. None of that. Everything was so incredibly and consistently reflecting a passion of, we are all in. This is our home, and we are here to make it even more fabulous than it already is. Every single person that we spoke to had that orientation and brought that energy to the interviews. And everyone was aspirational and future focused, not just grievances from the past and how this didn't happen and how that didn't happen. It was the way we framed it and the way we're going to frame it again today. What has been super successful? Where are the challenges? And then I had everybody project into the future. It's 2027. What's your area going to look like in 5 years? Every single person came with an answer. No one gave me a I don't know or I hope. It was, here's what it's going to look like, and here's how we've already begun that journey towards the future. There was not only this strong, we can do it proactive, there was a whole developmental orientation. And what do I mean by that? So when you see leaders, many times it's like the leader show, and everyone else is just sort of back in the chorus. Not this group. When we had one of the departments, the department head was away at a conference. She had her team right there. She zoomed in and was not able to speak, but she was doing the chat. So she was giving her input, but before she could even give her input, her team had taken the ball and they had just run with it. And so that cohesiveness, having that depth of bench within each department. And as we talked to each of the department heads, they talked about the strength that they were building so when that person finally goes off, if they're at a point to retire, you can see that department is going to be in great shape because they have not hoarded all the information. Everyone knows what everyone needs to know and is ready to step in at a moment's notice. Every operational area has seen some type of growth and improvement. Not one single person talked about stagnation or talked about where they have not been able to move forward in any particular way. Whether it was personnel, whether it was facilities, whether it was programs, every single department had very rich stories to tell about growth and improvements. And each district leader had a clear blueprint for the future. When we were talking with transportation, one of the things, we split into two groups, so I didn't hear the information, but Sam said, well, you know, I was going to talk to them about electric vehicles, buses, they were already there. They were talking about getting charging stations, and so every single group that we spoke with already had a clear plan. They could tell you, they could talk budget with you, they could talk personnel with you, they could talk equipment, they could talk facilities. Each one had a very clear blueprint. And one of the things that I always say, my background always in education, I started in 1983, so I'm like, oh my God, I've been working 40 years almost. I started when I was 5, so, you know, let you know. But it's amazing to me, and what makes this feel like it's been no time at all is that vision. One of my favorite stories when I was a teacher was Alice in Wonderland, and one of the characters, I've forgotten which one, I think it was the Cheshire Cat, said to Alice as she's going down the road, and he's asking her where she's going, and she says, I don't know. And he said, then any road will take you there. And if you don't have a clear vision of where you're going, then everything looks like it's a good idea. So, oh, that sounds fine. But in education, we've got to have the dollars. We've got to be great stewards of our resources. And so we have to know where we're going before we get 20 miles down the road and realize, this is not the direction we needed to go in. So that blueprint towards the future was very focused. Here is what we see, where we want to be in 2027, and we've got the steps laid out to get there. So, the strengths and the challenges. And the strengths were across the board: academics, programs, operation, graduation rate that beats the state average, strong financial condition, which is something when you are, the old saying, money attracts money. People feel much better about you if you already are on a strong footing than if you're like, help me. Because they're like, well, what did you do? And you know, especially in public education, what'd you do with the money we gave you? So that is a super plus. Strong business partnerships and strong support in the community. One of the most vibrant conversations that we had around this was when we were talking with the career and technical ed folk, and the buy-in with the business, the buy-in with industry. Industry saying, this is the type of employee that we need for you to help us build. And we'll kick money in so that you can have those preparatory experiences through education to get them ready to be world-class employees. Establish a model early learning center. Volumes of research will tell you, if you can get them early and get them ready, they just take off like this. If we could have every child reading on grade level by 3rd grade, then the trajectory is straight up. So starting in early learning is a strong positive. 2 green ribbon schools. The world of the future is going to be green. We recognize that we have to be more sustainable. We have to have ways that we can cut our costs to operate. So having not just 1, but 2 green ribbon schools, huge. eSPLOS, wonderful funding mechanism. And it has facilitated not just the building, the renovation of facilities, but also moving to one-to-one, which, hey, the Rona back in 2020 Every district, I was a part of a statewide project in Florida to come up with a framework, to design a framework for moving forward so that if some other natural or man-made disaster happens, we can move forward. And as a part of that work, we went out and did interviews in 22 of the school districts. And the ones that did the best when everything shut down were the ones that already had that one-on-one, the kids already had devices, and they were just quickly able to move to a digital learning environment much more easily than those that didn't. Improve salaries for personnel, such as in high school athletics, increasing pay for various individuals. And we know that it's competitive. No school district is an island, and every school district has a school district to the east or to the west or to the north or to the south where people think, So keeping your talent is crucial, and one crucial way to say how much you value them is to pay them competitively. Challenges. Growth happening in areas where you don't have schools. So your people are here, but the buildings aren't there, and in some instances, the land is not there. One of the most fascinating projects, master plan that I did was several years ago in Las Vegas. And in most districts, you have just the normal battle. Imagine you're a school system trying to battle with the gambling industry for land. And just imagine, well, I've got 10 billion, how much do you have? 1.5? No. So just listening to that enterprise was just amazing, and the things that they had to do to try to stay competitive in a very, very high growth market that they were in at the time. Underutilized facilities that are costly to sustain. When you hit below, what we figure about 70-75% of capacity, it's costing you money when you have those buildings still operating. Personnel shortages. How many times a week do we hear locally, throughout the state, throughout the nation, teachers are like, I'm out, I can't. We see it all the time. And the virus has certainly exacerbated, but it's other challenges. Just make it to a point where teachers think, veterans think, okay, this is it, this is my year, I'm out. And then people coming in are like, ooh, this is way more than I thought it was gonna be, and I think I'm gonna try to do something else. So everything from teachers, bus drivers, those challenges, because we can't run a system if we don't have the people. So that's a continuing challenge. Building and growing school facilities in order to grow the program. So you've got a great program, and it is maxed out. So then how do you grow that program? How to ensure equitable access to students wherever they may live in the district, but it costs money. And then you've got to be strategic about how you grow them, how fast you grow them, how well you grow them, because in order to grow it, again, you've got to have the teachers and other things to make that program be as successful at school B and C as it was at school A. The age and condition of central office. It's like this grand lady, are you gonna make her over or are you gonna move out? So you've got many offices that are departments that are kind of all over. They're not in one central location. And so they talk to us about the challenge of having their people kind of dispersed out of necessity because there's no place for them to all gather in one spot. And that's the last point there that I was going to make about the personnel being spread out. So, the future, the long-range plan. This is going to be our work moving forward based on all the data that we've gathered. And these are the tasks, and I'm going to just show them here quickly. And I'm going to let Sam come up and talk about them in the context of timeline. So I'm going to switch to timeline.
Thanks, Sam. So One thing we know is that large facility asset portfolio holders, whether it's a school district, a university, a city, a county, everybody we've come across has more needs than they have money. And so the work has to be prioritized, obviously. It needs to be spent wisely. And we run into situations where there's billions in needs and there is hundreds of millions only, in available funding, say for a 5-year period. And so what we do, and as part of the long-range facilities plan going forward, I mentioned that we conducted the baseline facility assessment that also included an educational suitability assessment that MGT Consulting provided at the time when we prepared a facilities plan in 2015-16. The long-range facilities plan obviously starts with the nuts and bolts of the facilities, understanding the condition of the facilities from the standpoint of life cycle of the systems. Nothing lasts forever. Working in a school district right now where with SPLOST dollars, they spent a lot of money. They built a lot of schools in 2000 to 2005 when the SPLOST program was getting started. And what do you know? Right now, their HVAC systems are aging out. Well, it's a pretty good time to replace those HVAC systems, considering what school districts are dealing with in filtration systems right now in the pandemic, and also just the technological upgrades associated with those. Everything ages out, but also there's condition matters. Schools are very tough, from the standpoint of maintenance and kids and usage. So we look at the condition, we look at the life cycle of the systems of the buildings, the educational suitability. How does the facilities meet the current educational specifications, the current design standards? Those things change, you guys update them, which is very common across the country. 5 years later, the school may not meet the current educational specifications. What does that mean from the standpoint of school adaptation? We talked about condition, updating, the HVAC systems or the flooring and other high-use finishes in a school. Well, things change as well from a programming standpoint, from an educational programming standpoint, and we look at those as well from the standpoint as how those schools need to be adapted, to meet the current educational specifications. So we look at the condition, we look at the educational suitability, demographics, and enrollment projections. Simi mentioned a moment ago about some schools being underutilized, and once it gets below 70, 75%, it starts costing more to operate that facilities from a utility standpoint and maintaining it. So here's what you do. In many cases, we start collecting a lot of information. Obviously, I'm just a third of the way through this. But when you get all of these data points, it starts helping you make smart decisions, informed decisions on where to invest your money. The school's underutilized, enrollment projections are not looking well in that area. You may not want to invest. It may be an old building also. You may not want to invest your dollars in that school. You may want to start thinking about other plans for that facility from that standpoint. So when you start doing these things, themes start developing. Obviously, Simi and I, through the diagnostic assessment and what we know we'll find out today, themes will continue to evolve and develop. And they occur through these conversations with everyone in the district, the board members, the department heads, the teachers, the administrators of the school, the people who are in those facilities all day long. They will tell you the story. We go in there and we listen to that story just like we listen to your story. We collect all of this information and we start developing scenarios and themes. They start revealing themselves really fast to you. So we look at that scenario building, theme building, and we prepare the reports. I said that we did the assessment in 2015-16. Mr. Bozeman has been maintaining a lot of the condition assessment data, for example, since that assessment. And we're going to take that information and we're going to update your condition assessment database that was prepared back then, the baseline. It was also updated in 2018, as I mentioned, with the Safer Schools assessment. There was a desktop done at that time. So that database is fairly updated. It's going to need some update. There's been some facilities that have been constructed since that time that will be incorporated into the database so that you can get a holistic view of your portfolio, the new and the old. And all of the needs, all of your deferred maintenance needs, again, prioritized. All of your suitability needs, prioritized. Then, of course, we've got all of this information. We've met with everybody individually. We start presenting those findings and getting that feedback and getting support, for what really needs to be done. And that's done with the community. Whether it's the school district itself or whether it's the community we serve. We do that a lot with SPLOS referendums across the state, where Simi and I go and we do these assessments, but then we help the school districts sell those findings, sell those ideas to the community when they go out and they vote on the referendum. We just did it a couple of times last November, in fact, for Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools. Obviously, we didn't do it in November. Those started a while back. But then all of this comes into the long-range facilities master plan. And, that's a documented plan. It's a living plan, obviously. And as Ms. Miller-Kegler mentioned, we're looking not just 5 years, we're looking 10 years into the future. That's quite a bit from the standpoint of not just your life cycle stuff. Okay, we know my roof is going to expire in 5 years at this school. We got a budget for that. But I got to tell you, just in that last meeting on the 9th, there was a lot of pertinent information. And as Simi mentioned, everybody came prepared. All right, there was nobody unprepared. In fact, they could talk forever if we didn't have a time limit. But what we learned during that meeting is it's just not nuts and bolts. It's not just brick and mortar that we're going to be dealing with here on this long-range facilities plan. I mean, we've heard issues associated with food service and the concepts of a centralized kitchen, what that would mean from the standpoint of cost savings and efficiency. That would be explored. We heard issues about IT hubs in a number of school buildings, that if they went down, it would take down, other areas in the district. And some of those schools, I think that they're in, correct me if I'm wrong, Simi, are some of these underutilized or age buildings. So that needs to be looked at as well. Just a couple of ideas. But Simi mentioned the admin building. When we were there, I mean, that's an issue as well. The facility, where I'm going with this, is the administrative facilities that support your staff, the most important people that you're trying to attract here to teach, they need to be looked at as well. Because all too often, the administrative facilities, the police department facilities, the food service, you name it, they're last. They get what's left. And I don't think that is the case here at this time. I think that needs to be carefully examined as well. And that's what I mean by some of these soft issues. I'm an architect, so things that aren't the roof and the doors and the windows are soft to me. They're probably hard. So yes. So that wraps up into the facilities master plan. And Timmy, if you want to take it from there, I'll let you.
I do. I'm going to say one piece of this that I really want to emphasize, and that's that third from the bottom, conduct feedback sessions with members of your community. One of the real strengths that we highlighted earlier was that you do have, by and large, very strong buy-in. That will be crucial, and I'll give an example. So we were in a school district similar size and demographics to Savannah Chatham, and one of the things that the district saw as a direction they wanted to go into the future, looking at the capacity and utilization, was moving to a K-8 model. They had no K-8 schools, public schools in the system. Catholic schools and other privates had them. And so we said, let's make sure that we ask that. So when we get ready to do that piece of the work, we will depend on you to help us craft those questions. And in this instance, it's a great opportunity to float some balloons, some things that you were thinking about, just to see. So we floated that K-8 balloon, And the metaphorical skeet rifles came out and they shot every one of those down. We did 8 sessions across. Why? Because they pictured their 5-year-old and a 13-year-old all together, all at the same time, and the only people who did not hate the idea were people who'd come from Catholic schools or other situations where they saw that it's not, the kids are not together and interacting that way. So what that said was, if we are going to go in that direction, there's a lot of educating and a lot of selling that we're gonna have to do, and maybe we're gonna start with one area, because we did it demographically where we knew where it was more or less popular based on where folks were. So we'll start maybe with a pilot in an area where there was a higher favorability ratings for such a model before we launch off big time. But it was a very important factor to know going in, which says if we go in that direction, there's a lot that we're gonna have to do. So with that said, let's go to our interactive portion of today. And I have created a survey monkey, and you can access it 2 ways. You can get your camera out, your phone out, and go to your camera and take the QR code, and that will take you directly there. Or if you're on a laptop, type in that URL, and it'll take you to a series of questions. And I'm gonna ask my DJ over here who's running the laptop, I think he just walked away. I'm sorry.
The DJ has left the booth.
The DJ has left the booth. If you would type in that URL so that I can show the survey on the screen. But with the QR code, you just center it up and it should forward you to the survey.
My phone doesn't do that.
Uh-oh, well then you'll need
I'm
to.
typing it in.
Let's see.
The board issue phone.
No, the board issued phones are working, just somebody said here.
One of the long-range plans we'll do is get phones that work.
There we go. So if you could go to that URL and pull it up. There. So this is what, I'm gonna just show you the questions. There you go. So this is what the survey is gonna look like, and here are the questions. So go back up to that first one. So scroll, there we go. So the first question, these are questions that we asked on February 9th. What have been the 2 to 3 most significant areas of success or improvement in the school district over the past 5 years? So as elected representatives of the school district, what are you most proud of? Think of it that way. And then you can type in your answer there, you know, two or three bullet points. The next one, what are the 2 to 3 greatest challenges that you faced over the last 5 years? The next one, thinking about those challenges, go ahead and on a scale of 1 from not well at all to 4 extremely well, how would you rate how well you've met those challenges or are meeting those challenges? So the virus, obviously, huge challenge in the last 2 years, but you may have several others. So overall, how have you met those challenges? And then the next question, you are going to get to do some sorting and ranking. So here are some issues, some of which you saw. All of these are important. All are important. But what we'd like for you to do is kind of rank them on importance. So what you can do is you can click on one and drag it up. So let's say that if you decide that school facilities and site improvements, that's going to be your number 1. You can drag it all the way up to number 1, boom, and then you see the numbers. And then you can just simply move these in whatever direction, up or down. So like the great gifted students that you are already working on your assignments. So go right ahead, but I just wanted to show you what you were looking for. So we'll give you a minute. When I see you with your phones down or your laptops down, I know you're done. So have at it.
There you go. Okay.
Let me add. Okay, I did take a picture already. Thank you. Now, lady, you have to show me what you did.
just say, oop, there it is. We can make this. Check, 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 check.
I feel like we shouldn't be allowed to say anything about COVID. That's like a gift.
Yeah.
Throw the students on. We'll hold this as a backdrop. That working? I got this stage one on there. It's nice to know we got it. You should play some music like Japanese.
Just don't make it a Jeopardy thing.
No, that's Cool. Hey, do you want to have an argument on who's worse?
Do you have a pen and paper version?
I would have already asked.
Everyone is capable, everyone is doing a wonderful job. See, I have someone, I think that you're picking on one person probably.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, so encourage them.
That's right.
Encourage them. If you're already done, you can help your neighbor.
Alternative methods of succeeding.
Hey, you talking students are disturbing.
There you go, thank you.
I had to go crazy.
I can't think.
You're making me have bad ideas. He needs to go into timeout. Right behind him, there's a timeout.
Get it?
Yeah, Ruth has.
It wouldn't work on my phone.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I didn't get some point.
Okay.
I heard a news report. Some guy in France, he got 6 months in jail because he got a wireless blocker. He was using it to stop his kids from using their technology because they wouldn't listen to him, right? So he's like, I'll fix you. I'll get a wireless blocker. I'm gonna shut this whole down. Nobody will have access from X hour to X hour. And he's so calm, he shut the whole community. So France did a law against that stuff. So they fought him. He gone yeah, he shut down municipalities.
Or don't throw something at you.
My wandering mind is throwing everyone off.
Oh, you have the password.
Did you finish? happens, then a link will show up on your phone. And you click on it. Basically, the tells you what the link is. Well, as far as the link pops up, you just touch the link.
Thank you.
Yeah, all that is.
I have 7 completions so far. Yes,
But there's no way to force it. You know, all I gotta do is go to media center. So all we gotta do is go to media center.
What did you put as the biggest challenge?
Sean, did you want to talk this morning?
The end of those. Maybe I'll mention it at some point.
I can,
I'll chime in at some point.
I saw it happen, man. It's always used to professional development.
Dion. Dion.
We have the front porch initiative, which is linking people who know. And that's the whole idea. But right now, we also have 2 contracts. Letters coming in, and contractors on site as well. So, and show the ways to get one guy's got a man, counselors have been voting. I've been to the site, has been out of he's got a party, I'll say. That's what we're kind of talking about. It really,
I love the QR code.
oh, it's so, just boom, it's right there. And I'm gonna, access.
She did. I wished her well. And actually, it's a better, it's a sweet deal for her.
She needs
Yeah.
her situation is such. Thank you.
Be selective about how you
I told her she'll hold him. If she goes over and don't like it, she'll always walk it back. Yes, ma'am.
Hill where you're far away.
I changed it from one office to another recently. When I looked at the dish,
I'll tell her.
I read big black lips. I got a whole bunch of them on my desk. Nobody does that hardly.
no. That I don't give very many opportunities. Everybody kind of knows, go on Facebook, you know, do this, do that, and don't worry about it.
let me see if I can download, let me see if I can download the results. Put it on the screen like, try to do that. Just down the road. Go to destination.
Okay, make sure you check your email. There's a
Oh, yeah.
complaint that got made over
Yeah, what do you call this? Yeah, like calendar.
respond to. I took the initial response and like the principal responded. There was a Zumba class that's hopefully taking place on campus. Reach out to him, call you, he said we didn't respond to his call. They asked us to look into it.
So she said she's
I think it's more, we can email you. Okay.
Oh, okay. We had a lot of teachers from Savannah over in Hilton Head for a while. And I think of that ride every day. Where? Oh, really? Wow. And there was no 95 then, so what did you do? You had to go down.
Oh, 17.
17?
Wow.
And every time I get a gadget, 3 months later, I'm like, ooh, a better gadget.
But I guess
I feel like next year I go to my iPhone. Yours will, Apple.
I look back those 20 years when John and I got married. I think, how did I drive from Thunderbolt to Bluffton every day? 4 years, 5 years. But you did it because.
Yeah, you would like studying bees.
Why?
Because they're just like, so the biology side of them is just amazing.
I really don't like mammals or insects.
Like the fact that they live to serve the queen,
Okay.
to make sure they survive the winter, just to do it all over again. And the program genetic, like the worker bee that you see on Insta, for money. That's their life. And they're born.
The drones are here.
The drones live a couple months. That's the guy, the males, that all that, they're literally their job is to fly one time, find a queen and mate one. And the queen only ever flies once to mate. Then she can keep everything. You can lay an egg there in 3 to 5 years.
And what got you into money?
Wanted to be able to say I keep bees. There's a hilarious scene that Eddie
You are
is.
insatiably curious.
Oh gosh, yes. And I like kill kids and students nowadays.
You're not.
Even the smart ones. Like that I teach sometimes. I'm like,
Don't you want to do it?
and then they'll be like, this is a machine gun.
Well, I understand that.
Well, people are like, how'd you know that? I was like,
I know, right?
We're not that one.
how do you know how to change your disposal? I had one of my students one time have their disposal go out, and I was like, oh, I can't.
Smart enough about going outside.
Like,
You know, we're doing things.
I was like, well, one time I went out of my
Never
car.
dreamed of doing.
I learned.
But to get those people in,
Like,
it's gotta
I like messing with my son.
be like
Something simple.
Well, it looks like something is stuck in the thing.
that's a great example.
You should take out the U-trap and see what he's doing.
you trap, what's a you
Well,
trap?
how do you do that?
So,
I was like,
I said, well, there's a book where I've got every how to home fixing book there is, every timeline series.
And the thing now is,
But then, well, see, they won't do that from us, so there's the book. Now, I know they're not gonna open the book, they're gonna Google it or get it on YouTube. But the people on YouTube will skip steps or they're not explaining what they're doing.
people are like, I don't know how basic repair things, I don't know how mechanics make them. But you can go to Harbor Freight and buy yourself a little scanner that tells you what code you think. So you put that code in the Google machine with your car, and it's pulling up a video. Here's how you fix it.
That's bananas.
That's what I do on the way.
Best thing ever is my son was trying to connect the fuel pump to his Mustang. He kept telling me, like, bro, you must want the age man.
I knew.
Oh, I YouTube did so and so. He kept putting it in the fuel pump. Fuel pump went out. Bottom of the fuel pump. Put it in. I was like, bro, you need to look at the needs, man. He was like, oh, I got it. I did it this time. Third fuel pump. He said, I don't understand why I come to this. I get under it. I look at the hands, man. I said, okay, we need to swap this. This is why this won't fit together. You needed to have done it in this order. Because you didn't do it in this order, you got the step by step put together. It worked fine. And I was like, this is a great day for books. This is a win for books. Your 50-year problem in this car. It showed you got
It's still good.
the book you had in the trunk.
Yeah.
You done bought three fuel pumps. Because you don't want to read books.
People don't change your oil anymore. That's a act like, you're a wizard if you can change your oil in your car. Yeah. You just go spend 40 bucks or whatever. Like, yeah, New Jersey's still like that. Really? It's against the law for you to pump it. But not in this state. Big move.
You may have your
Let's go.
projects, you may have but here it is, based on
Don't age in the building. It's not working.
everything like that.
About how it's in the hand.
Here you go, because
I want to see how everybody else can break those 9 things. They all, we break them all to do it at the same time.
So it'll be interesting.
See, City Hall isn't going anywhere, so why can't we do what we need to do?
my favorite part of my job was a lot of things I like, but my favorite job is you walk out the door, walk around downtown Savannah 3 times a day, just 10 minutes here, and then lunch, go for a long walk.
That's great.
Is that very business? That's worth the price of admission.
I don't want to lose our presence down here.
So how can we solve our parking?
Well, there's a lot of parking going around anymore. I'll just take the Waters, I can take the Waters Avenue, give me a bus instead. I'll go take the Waters bus from my house. I live on 50th and Waters, so I live basically 100 yards from the bus stop that takes me right to the school district. My son is getting back, he's been out of the country here, he's getting back on May 5th, and he's probably going to be, March 5th, he's going to be probably using a car. And we only have 2 cars right now, so I might be going for it. So you take Carol to school in the morning, our youngest, and we'll take the bus home. He's 18. I got Well, that's older.
Really?
Got a junior at Georgia State.
And then you have a little girl?
Got a little girl and I have a little boy.
Oh, so you have 4
I
altogether.
have 4.
Wonderful.
Like Mr. Holiday here, I got 4.
Oh, me, I met Lee with his granddaughter years ago. How old is she now? How old is the youngest one? That's what I need. Oh. Oh, okay.
Youngest one's 3. I have them every age.
That's wonderful.
And every one of them is different. It's crazy.
3-year-olds like experience best versus
Yeah, they so are. Kids are well, as they come here being themselves, you only have very little.
Window to.
I believe they say the biggest thing you can help is the parents that are there when everything goes wrong. I mean, that's where parenting really makes a difference. Otherwise, parenting is not that much. Second, third, and fourth chances really have changed outcomes for kids. But obviously, if you read your data, it's a 3, 4, and 5. They are who they are.
It wasn't official when I was there were 77
Oh, my goodness.
Q2, and then that other document has 3 and 4 on it.
You want to make sure she sends you that picture after she. Videos, these people that jump off in these squirrel suits. Jump off those mountains.
I can't take it like crazy.
Oh, this is the 3-year-old.
Oh, what's her name?
Yes.
Beth? Oh, that's an old fashioned name, but how?
She's named after her grandparents.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready
That's my great grandmother.
to review our information.
Testing. Testing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. So I took the first 2 questions where you did your extended responses and indicated what were the greatest triumphs and what were the greatest challenges. And we're going to show you the word cloud first. And what a word cloud does is it takes the words that are used most frequently and they show up the largest. So if you would queue up question 1 for us. So, improved schools, graduation rate, access, graduation rate, eSPLOS were your most commonly cited successes over the last few years. Some of the extended responses were integration of one-to-one technology, online learning platforms, financial reporting and tracking that steadily improved and has given me more confidence in our numbers. The equitable distribution of academic resources across the county has improved. Increase in graduation is phenomenal. Opening your early learning center was another specific that you responded to in that first question. Transition to virtual learning, improving physical plant, emphasis on early learning, technology access, graduation rate, eSPLOS, graduation rate, opening the virtual school, eSPLOS, facilities improvement. So those were the things that you said were your biggest successes. Now, go to question 2, and let's see what you said were your challenges. COVID. Boom. Does that not say it all? And everything related to COVID. But some other interesting comments in addition that I'm just going to read through. It was difficult for the public to understand how overinvestment in some parts of the county previously had reverse investment, and that relatedly, the district really never could afford universal transportation. This will make rolling back some initiatives difficult. Funding the food service program and staffing it adequately, reaching out to full capacity for lower paying positions is an ongoing challenge. Lack of implementation of the long-term facilities plan. We've been discussing selling, renovating since 2008 and divesting properties for a long time. Families flight to private schools due in part to our handling of COVID. And then money, time, personnel. All of those continue to be challenges. Transportation continues to be a challenge. And I'm going to send out the extended script of this that shows all the responses. But the ones that you really want to see are that last ranking. So if you would go to that next PowerPoint that shows, next slide that shows questions 3 and 4. So in question 3, out of all of those things that you listed as challenges, question 3 asked whether you handle them anything from not very well to extremely well. And this orange bar, the middle bar is well. So overwhelmingly, 60% or more of you said that with all those challenges, overall you handled them well. And let me scroll and I can tell you what that other bar is. So the smallest one at the bottom, extremely well, and then fairly well is the one on top. So the majority responded either fairly well, thank you, it's responded either fairly well or well, which says, yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone would say extremely well on COVID because it just constantly changed. So it was something that was impossible to really nail. Now, you ready to see your rankings? All right, scroll up, please. So, here is what you said. Academic programs, and here, I'll read the rest. Academic programs and services improvements was your number 1. Your number 2 was school district and educational goals. Then you had, almost on a tie there, processes for improving and maintaining community involvement. And then your enrollment projections were almost tied for that, accurately projecting for enrollment. Programs for improving community involvement. Then your lowest was examining historical enrollment data. Then another stronger one was school facilities and site improvements. Facilities to accommodate virtual learning. And determining school capacity. So your top were those top 2, academic programs and service improvements and school and district educational goals. And those are great to see because again, as I said earlier, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. So in order for you to accomplish any of this, and as I said, I'll send you all of this so you can see all of it together. But it's important to know what we're doing, why we're doing it, where we're going, what are our goals. Because job 1 is education. And so if we're not clear on that piece, then it really doesn't matter what you do otherwise if that piece isn't solidified. And then looking at the academic, what programs will get us there? What do we need more of? What are we, if for families who are leaving us, why are they leaving us? Are they leaving us because of some aspect of academics that we're not providing, that they find they can get other places? Is it athletics? What is the reason why our families are leaving? It's important to capture that information. So very pleased with what you have as your rankings here. So the journey will continue. I'm gonna have Sam do any last words that he has, and thank you so much for your active participating with this technology, whether you did the QR code or whether you typed it in. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Draper. I'll wrap it up by saying thank you. I don't know if we have a little more time, Dr. Levitt, or not, to,
We're good.
it's 10:15, so we have a little bit more time to engage in discussion. I've got plenty of paper here to take notes on. So why don't we do that then, Simi? Open it up. Thank you.
Yes. I'd be interested in hearing a little bit, just kind of high-level synopsis of what you heard during your interviews, if that's appropriate to share that.
Oh, sure. That was what we shared earlier with the PowerPoint, where we listed the challenges
Right.
and the successes.
Okay, I didn't know if there was any like more detail. I mean, those are pretty high level. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Those were the ones that we heard, and with each individual area, they talked about the strengths that they had. So for example, with CTAE, they talked about the partnerships that they have and helping to build those programs. Sam, you were mentioning something with food service and transportation, if you want to share a little bit of the details of them.
Now, there was the concept of a centralized food service facility where the food was prepared in a central location and transported to the individual schools where they were kept, heated or cooled for serving. And we're going to explore that idea, explore the cost savings associated with it, the logistics associated with it, all the transportation, for example, and doing that. Food service during the pandemic was a challenge, as we've learned, in feeding students that were in the school facilities. So that, is something else that is going to be examined from the standpoint of food service. They had a lot of ideas, remember, Simi, to do with the buses themselves, the transportation of the food services, and the integration of that with other activities in the districts. I mean, almost like a mobile type of food service concept as well. Not only delivering food to the to the schools themselves, but other activities or events with the district.
Sam, Dr. Buckhead.
Yes, sir.
I have a concern, and all of us at times in a team, and some of us as smaller groups have discussed this time and time again. When we saw the list of things that we do well, that we're proud of, facilities, things like that, there's not a one of us in this room that would not agree with those things. But still, our academic achievement in many areas is lacking being on that list. We've got good buildings, we've got this, we've got that, but the achievement of our students still is not right up there at the #1. Graduation rate is, but in terms of reading and math and other things like that. So that's a concern I have. But secondly, it seems to me that we in this room sometimes just sort of write off the public's perception of our schools. When I ran for office in 2000, and I think in 2007 or whatever it was, I would say the perception of the public is not a whole lot different today than it was then. Now, we have a committee of the public who the superintendent works with and the staff works with. Some of you work with people in your districts that think very highly of us. But for the public, we just continue to allow them to think that our education is substandard. And I don't know the answer to that, but I think that it is time for us to figure out some sorts of strategies, and I believe it's tied to academic achievement also, but some sort of strategies that we tie together so that that perception starts to change. We are very quick in this room, and I've done it too, to say, oh, well, you know, that's the Wilmington Island group. Oh, you know, that's the so-and-so group. And that's the old white man group. Whatever it might be, and then we just don't fix it. We don't try to fix it. I think we have to take the good advantages we have and make them work. I would say in closing, and then I'll sit down and shut up. I believe the African American community as a whole thinks more highly of us than the white community does. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what I think. But how do we take academic achievement so that next time you come, that's higher than even the graduation rate?
Those are great points, and not uncommon to your local community. Those folk who have one of the great ironies in general is when you ask the general public the quality of public schools. Oh, public schools suck.
Yeah.
How is your school? My school's great. So how can everything be bad except your school?
Right.
And so that's the puzzle.
Right.
Generally perceived is that, oh, there's a problem. Well, the reason it's generally perceived is that typically, if there is news coverage of a school, it's when something negative happens. So if you don't have children in school, then that's what oh, those schools, did you see that on the news what they said at the school?
Right.
Or if there is a school or a particular school that went backwards or it isn't achieving, that's what gets reported. So you're absolutely correct. Your own internal getting out the great word is crucial. And as you know, another big part of that is we are sometimes our own worst enemy in terms of that. You're at the nail salon or you're shopping and say, oh, my school, oh, I can't wait for summer break, oh, this place. And so what does the public say? Well, here's an employee who says it's not going well. And they're gonna believe that person before they believe anybody else. So it's important, that whole notion of messaging is crucial. And it's not just the slick PR campaigns, it's what people say, because that has the most credibility, what your own people say about the school district. So we've got to toot our own horns better than we've been doing. Go ahead.
I had one question, but after Dr. Buck, I'd just like to say, you know, you gave the analogy of Alice in Wonderland, and she reached the end of the road, and that's what a graduation rate is. That's the end of the road. And what we need to get the public to realize that learning doesn't stop, teaching doesn't stop after third grade. They get caught up on the third grade reading score and think that this is the end, not realizing that when we have our pre-K students entering school, enrolling in school, they have a 30 million word gap deficit. So the teachers have to meet them where they are. And by the time they get in third grade, they're still working to meet them where they are. So the road continues to go on. So that's why we're so proud of the graduation rate, because they reached the end of the road. And it's been probably in the African American community, that's a big deal to graduate from high school, because many in their family are the first to graduate not only from high school and to go to college. I'm the first generation in my family to actually go to college. So we just need to really, as you said and you mentioned, to get the word out. We need to be able to look at the whole picture and not cut it down in third grade. Oh, third grade score, so learning stops, teaching stops. That's not the truth, because we have evidence in our graduation rate.
Thank
And it's so important with those younger ones, because I know most of my time when I was in schools were in Title I schools. And kids wouldn't come to school. And when I talk, oh, you know, it's just pre-K, it's just kindergarten, they're not doing anything. I'm like, no, they need to be, that kills me when they say, oh, it's just kindergarten, it's just pre-K. No, this is the foundation. This is the foundation. So this is where they must be here every day. And again, that's up to us to let them know those early years, that's the foundation. And so we've got to continue to build that. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna say this as positively as I can. By the way, Dr. Buck, I'm one who put down the poor performance of our reading and math. That was my main one, even though it didn't score high on the survey. But data shows us, yes, we keep learning as we go, but third grade is a benchmark for lots of what is expected to happen to children after that. So if we know that that third grade benchmark is so important as a trajectory, why aren't we putting more resources into that pre-K to third grade part of our system? Why do we, you know, act as though we're doing all we can when we're not? We have a para for every pre-K teacher. I think we have a para in the class of every kindergarten teacher. That should be all the way up to third grade, so that that teacher can teach, and that para who's in there with her or him can be working with other students. You've got to have personnel. People are the key. And if we keep saying, you know, first grade and fifth grade are the same, they're not. Because once those kids get to third grade and they can't read, that develops a self-concept that's very hard to change later on. So let's put our money where we see the need is.
Thanks, Connie.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you. So Dr. Buck, I think your comment presents challenges in terms of perception. And I think there are a couple of issues with our problems with perception. One, perception is a time series point. It's one observation in a period of time, and different people are paying attention differently at different times. We learned this with Hodge when we advertised and told everybody we were closing Hodge. And then 2.5 years later, when it was time to close Hodge, people were having a fit like nobody ever said anything about it. And it was a big issue. And that's because the people who needed to be paying attention were not at Hodge yet. And then the people who had said, yes, this is fine, they were now in their next school. I think we have that issue with individuals in general. Either their period of observation is far before this point in time. When I first got on the board, I made an observation about when I was at Beach, which is ridiculous, because that's like 30 years ago. But it was valid for me, and that was my last experience in that place. And it was different for David when he was there, and different for Dr. Levette when she was there. So I think the other part of these observations is it's happening very acutely when parents have their children in these schools, or from these taxpayers who are no longer personally associated with the school system, but they have this perception that may not be real at all. And so I don't know that we absolutely dismiss it. Maybe we don't pay attention to all voices in the same way at all times. But when I'm hearing perceptions, I'm thinking, when did you take your observation? What is it based on, and how valid is it? The other thing that I wanted to mention in your comment, I happen to rank highly the academic achievement. And I think it kind of bounced back and forth, academic achievement with improvement. I think we have a problem with memory when we leave our budget process and our retreat process, because each year when we say, oh, we wish we had more money for things like, even the beginning of yesterday, we said we don't really have enough money to deal with our nutrition program the way that we would like. We need to have some funds to do that. At the end of the day, we were talking about our outdoor classrooms. We didn't return back to where we said, you know what, if we had more money to allocate, we would go and take care of a deficiency that we said that we have had for several years. And I'm a big fan of outdoor classrooms. I wanted one very badly at Beach High School. I kept asking for it in the design, and when that budget would not accommodate it because it had to be cut, that was one of the things that had to go. So I think one of our other challenges is, and this is my last comment, and I put it in my survey response, is that we move to different initiatives, and when we get a little extra money or we have an opportunity, we often don't go back to things that need to be addressed, like pre-K, or lack of funding that we had for other things. And that feeds the perception that we get from some people.
There's a, yes, please, go ahead.
So I'm going to comment on the local facility plan and then also on this discussion. So I'll start with this discussion. Some of us who've been on the board a long time, I mean, I'm sitting here, this is kind of deja vu-ish. We discuss this twice a year, and then, you know, what are the action items? There's some action items that we implement and others we don't. My kind of general perception, this is a gross generalization, is there's a lot of breadth and not a lot of depth in some areas. So we identify key issues, and then we do 4 or 5 or 6 programs that are funded but not, and staffed, but not as well or as deep as we want. And so we get a lot of incremental progress, which I think is frustrating from an observation standpoint. We all want our schools off the watch list, right? And we've made some good progress there, but we still have schools on the watch list. Now, part of that is the targets and the metrics keep changing, you know, so we have to, we're in an environment that we don't have sole control over. So we go down a path and we have a good plan, and then 2 years later, the state changes the metrics and now we're doing something different. But that's life. So again, we hear a lot of this stuff, we talk about it, and then we talk about it again at the next year's retreat and the next year's retreat. And we have to decide as a board, here are the 4 policy goals we're gonna meet. Everybody reading on grade level by age 3, numerosity and all that stuff. These are your 3 targets, superintendent, get it done. But we don't do that. We talk about 38 different initiatives, and so that's an us issue that we need to focus on. On the local facilities plan, I'm going back to, we've had these discussions, and our staff have done momentous work to really work with you all to analyze facilities, come up with a plan. So where I kind of am now is, what's next? Where are we on that timeline that we looked at? And then who's the decider? I mean, I'm happy to come up with a list of, here are the 9 things we're going to do from a facility standpoint, and the board can adopt it as policy and we can debate it. And here's what we're going to do with our buildings, and here's what we're going to do with, you know, consolidation and all that stuff. Is that a board function? Is that a CIC function, and then we give it to the board to vote on? Is it Dr. Levette and Ms. Miller-Kegler come up with a 3-point plan and then we vote on it? But it's kind of like, what's next? We've been talking about 208 Bull Street for, how long have I been on the board? 11 years? For 11 years. And I know Ms. Hines and Dr. Bob, they were talking about it before that. We haven't made a decision, right? We've been talking about consolidating facilities and divestiture of facilities and more efficient use of facilities. And I think we've come a long way there. We've done a lot to consolidate and do better with our facilities, but we haven't gotten rid of any facilities. We haven't closed facilities, we haven't sold facilities, we haven't given facilities to charter schools. We've talked about it a lot. So what's next? And it goes to, I think Ms. Hall was saying the same thing on the academic side. What's next? You know, but action is what is next, not, we'll talk about this again at the next retreat. And I will say, my comments probably come across as negative, and they're a gross generalization, because within those comments, we have done a lot of things. We've made a lot of progress in challenge and in addressing some of the issues that we all identify. We've raised some academic outcomes somewhere. We've implemented initiatives to try to address some of these things. But I keep going back to too much breadth, not enough depth.
and more action. And we as a board have to decide that's what we want, and here are the things we want to do, and be focused on that.
Thank you. I guess I'm going back to Dr. Buck's comments. So yesterday I mentioned this idea of quality of life as indicated through our schools, and that's what I'm talking about, Dr. Buck. I would like for us to see, we see every single private school in our community and many of our charter schools that actively market their schools and actively market the great work they're doing. And I think we have to have that same mentality and market ourselves, because we are in competition and people don't know the great things that we are doing. And some people may think that, oh, you know, we're here for everyone, and if you want to come, great, if you don't, great. I believe that our schools and our community are the strongest when they represent the full breadth of diversity of our community at every end of the socioeconomic spectrum and every demographic data point. And in order to do that, we do have to be very proactive. As wonderful and fabulous as our website is and filled with more data and information, it also, if you are brand new to Chatham County and you go to our website, it's really hard to understand what our system is about, what our priorities are. You gotta like dig and find, and so I think, and that's where I was going back yesterday to that simple one pager. Who are we? What are we doing that makes us amazing? And how do we market that? And let's hold, we did have a very beautiful ad in Savannah Magazine that said, we're gonna have virtual and in-person open houses. Guess what? We didn't have in-person open houses. Now, there were reasons for that, but let's not advertise something we're not gonna do. Let's not do things that make us look incompetent when we start scheduling events on school holidays. These are the little things, that all these little things add up in perception. And yes, we are under more scrutiny than many other schools are, and that is unfair. But that is a reality, and that's why I think we have to be focused and dedicated in having intention around how we can most effectively communicate who we are as a district in a world that's full of noise. And I will add one little thing, Dion. I understand, you know, that the outdoor classroom might seem like a nice add-on, or that'd be great to have if we can afford it. My pitch is, so one of my projects I work on for years is Tied to Town, which is an urban trail system that provides walking and biking across our community. Trails have traditionally been thought about as nice to have amenities for recreation. What we are doing through that initiative is rethinking transportation, because we have people in our community who are dependent on walking and biking and transit, and we don't have facilities for it. So in order to make that paradigm shift in how we think about our facilities, it requires thinking very differently, I think also about our educational facilities and things like outdoor classrooms, integrating farm to school so that we can address our nutrition and food shortages at our schools. Grow the food in the garden, serve it in the classrooms. We're doing that at 7 schools already. Why can't we do that across the district?
I just want to, so I appreciate that, and my career is built around the environment. So I have an inherent value of learning in the environment. I've been on telework for 2 years, which means I haven't gone to one field site. I've got graduate students who are not graduating because I can't even go out and fly a drone. So the importance of being in the environment is a professional center for me. Saturday night, I went to an event, a gala event for donors, and the bartender was an employee from our transportation area and asked me, when are we going to fix the transportation area that we all came over and toured and saw was absolutely deplorable? Now, I explained, look, we've got that in these plots, it's gonna be taken care of. But I still go to Kroger and meet with and see people who are working in deplorable conditions. And when they hear us talking about an outdoor classroom or a garden that may supplement the school nutrition program at the school, these things sound out of touch. They sound out of touch with the needs of the district. They don't sound connected to early education. They don't sound connected to our low-paying jobs. They sound really, really privileged. I know they're not, even while I live a privileged life too. I know that they're related, But what I'm saying about connectivity is when we're talking about our budget and stuff, it's not, what seems like is our growth area. I agree with you, Sean. We did our budget priorities for a couple of years. We got together and we mapped those priorities. Those who have been on the board for a while, if you remember, we came back and looked at 2 years of our budget, of our board retreat brainstorming, and we tried to map moving forward from those. And we don't do a good time of circling around. So I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with their importance, but it doesn't read the same across the entire enterprise that is the district. And I'm trying to be focused on the entire enterprise of the district.
Yeah, and I guess I don't think it has to be an either or. How much money did we spend on Jenkins? How much is Jenkins? 65 million dollars? The old one had an outdoor classroom, the new one doesn't? We can't put in an outdoor classroom with a $65 million budget? That's what I'm saying. Like,
I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. And I also think that we are not in competition, and I do not see us or perceive us as being in competition in the way that you do. But I think the experience, just like Dr. Buck was saying, that he thinks there's demographic differences in the perception of the district. I think there are demographic differences, but I think they're highly driven by socioeconomic differences.
And I think those are the types of fundamental, this is a very fundamental conversation, I think, about who we are as a board and how we are thinking of, and it's a very high level, it doesn't fit neatly into any, 1, 2, or 3. And I feel like we don't often get to have these types of conversations. Because the difference between the 3 of us and what we just discussed is, I don't know, I feel like there needs to be a reconciliation of.
Section 2 is workforce priorities, we're talking about it already.
Okay.
Sean and I sat in the group together a year ago, whenever we had our last winter retreat, and Sean and I agreed that we needed to make sure that all of our children are reading by grade 3. Do you remember that, Sean? That was one of our big things. Where did that initiative go? Why aren't we putting our resources and personnel into making sure all our kids are reading by grade 3? Where is that? So I think, Dion, we just have to follow through. It's like we have this and then we kind of go to something else.
Well,
So-
unless the schools that you are paying attention to are reading,
Well,
then you're good.
Well,
And you
but
check
that's
off a
why I
box.
said yesterday.
And the schools that you don't care as much about may not be achieving, but you don't have laser focus on them.
Right, well, that's why I said yesterday, we have to start looking at our houses on fire, okay? Because I have a district where I have some schools on fire. Savannah High is on fire. Gadsden is on fire. Dion has some. Myers is on fire. Juliet Low is on fire. Groves is on fire. We know where the fires are. But we have to change that. First of all, stay positive. That's the first thing, stay positive. It gets hard sometimes, but stay positive. But we've got to follow through with the action plans and give Dr. Levette the support she needs to make these things happen. Because Sean and I sure sat here 2 years ago and said this.
But to be fair, it's not like nothing is being done, okay? My point is.
But it's not deep enough, like you said.
Well, and my point is, as a board, we're like at the top of the mountain in terms of the broad goal setting, okay? Can anybody identify our 5 goals?
Oh, they're fine.
I don't know. Or our top 3 goals? We've got a board mission statement, right? Those are very aspirational and they're good. But we have not said, Dr. Levette, goal number 1, reading numerosity and literacy on grade level by 3rd grade. Number 1. Number 2, fixed transportation. Number 3, do this. We all have things that we hear from our constituents that we share with Dr. Levette, and she and her staff do a great job of responding. We've talked about some of these big picture things in many retreats, and there are lots of initiatives to improve grade reading, to improve reading. We've hired literacy coaches. We've put more staff in some of the schools that are struggling. We've done some things, so it's not like we've done nothing. But my point is, we've done lots of things, but not at the depth that maybe we want. So we as a board have to say, here are our top 3 goals for the next 5 to 10 years. I think it might have been San Diego or Boston, I can't remember which school district, but they came out and said, our number 1 goal is reading and being able to do math and grade level by 3rd grade, because that's what all the data says, okay? That's our goal. Everything is focused on that. And if we hit that goal, everything else, it's not great, but we're on the right path, and then here are the things that are complementary to that. And so they took another, $25 million or whatever it was, but it was spent on that goal. And we haven't done that. Our budget meetings, we have a 1 or 2 pager, and it's basically, here's the increase in QBE and TRS, or the decrease in QBE, the increase in TRS costs, and typically it's we need to find $11 to $18 million. Those are our typical budget discussions. And it's not, here's the other $500 million in the budget, let's take $100 million and focus on this goal or these 3 goals. So we just need to decide as a board, what are the big picture things? Because Dr. Levette, I think, does a great job of focusing on some struggling areas, but she's also focusing on 27 other things, and so we're spending $3 million when we could spend 13 or 15.
That's right.
So we just have to decide, let's be targeted and what our goals are.
But we can't.
Yes, we
We've
can.
got to raise hand.
Well, all thing I'm gonna say, starting today, we know that reading is a necessity in life for all levels. And we are really sincere about it. Let's focus on that. And so all children will be reading at the end of 3rd grade, because this is something that's going to affect them throughout life. And we need to do what we can to effect, if we can stop talking, starting today, and do something financially if that's where the finance is needed.
I just want to just remind Ms. Hall of the East Side. Now, you all have it going on over there on the East Side. You have the Early Learning Center and MSAP. Remember the STEM grant, the $14 million grant that will extend for 4 years for those East Side schools? So work is being done. And I'm just looking forward to seeing some of that happen on the West Side.
But the point is it's not enough, like Sean is saying, it's not enough. We have these nice bits and starts. Yeah, we have Andrea Williams, and this is happening, and those kids will go to Hubert, but Hubert is on fire, another one, okay? We're not putting enough in there. We may have some good programs, we don't have enough personnel. Learning how to read proficiently, that's one of life's hardest, hardest tasks. Once you get that, you're on your way. So
That's why I was saying we can't agree on what the activity is going to be because we don't finish it across the district. We reach a level of satisfaction and then we start new initiatives. And we do have 5 goals that we say this is our set of goals. That's what we build our DAS on. And under those, we have the measures, the goals that you're talking about in terms of education. We agree on those goals, we make some investment, we make progress that makes a majority happy, and then we vote to move the money to do something else. We do not agree, I'm not saying that we divest in anything. What I'm saying is if we identify early learning, we don't keep investing in that until everybody is where they need to be. We invest in it until we have sufficient satisfaction, and then we vote up a new initiative. And that's why the West Side hasn't gotten the investment that the East Side has gotten yet. We haven't gotten to it yet. I know Dr. Levette is working on it. But we start the new thing, we do it a little while, and then we do something else.
You had a hand here.
I'm not going to add a ton because I agree with everything. I think what we've hit is exactly what was one of your first slides, and I can't remember which one of you said it, but it sounds like all of us are being aspirational and future focused and invigorated. So I think these are all good jumping points. I don't know if we're going to get those 3 goals today, but I enjoy the conversation, so thank you.
Going back to the local facilities plan on a more granular level, we have a CIC meeting coming up on March 9th, and we'll have some meetings after that. One of the things we're gonna do this year is re-examine our facilities and procurement policies and also our design guidelines. So you'll get an email from me later about that process. So to the extent there's feedback on updating our design guidelines to incorporate outdoor classrooms, to whatever it is you all are hearing or whatever thoughts you have, we're gonna go through that exercise and then come back to the board with, here are the updated policies and guidelines. So that kind of fits in with the long-range planning. So some of these academic initiatives, to the extent they can fit into the design of schools for the future, both in renovation and building, we'll tackle that project through CIC as well and then bring it to the entire board.
Could we hear from Dr. Levesque for a minute? Can she jump in? Because we don't need to be all over the place. We need, what we are saying, does that make sense to you? And do you see where the inaction is?
I do, and I love the comment, but I think it's important. One of the goals of this session is to hear from board members.
Oh, I didn't know that any other board member had
One of
that.
the complaints is we hear from the staff, we never have an opportunity to discuss. So I would defer to board members who have other comments to make, and then I certainly will talk about what this conversation has meant to me personally or professionally.
I'll be real brief because I know we do need to move on, but I would just want to say, and it's not really in response to Dr. Levesque, but in a sense it is. This is a very healthy discussion. We've had it before, we'll have it again. We have to keep focusing ourselves because as elected leaders, we respond to our constituents, and it's kind of the flavor of the month or the flavor of the week. Whoever's making the most phone calls to your house probably gets the most attention on that day. But what I would really want to say is, I said yesterday afternoon that I was looking so forward to focusing on the work of the district again instead of COVID, and stop and think about those goals we have had, those goals we have talked about. And every time we started trying to move toward any goal for the last 2 years, Dr. Levesque has been inundated by us and by the public with, when are we taking masks off? What do you mean? My kid's a tennis player, and they at Savannah Arts, they're already testing, and they didn't tell me they would test. Why? I don't care about academic achievement. I want to be concerned because somebody's civil rights are being abused because I have to take a vaccination. That's what we've dealt with for 2 years. And it's, there's something about it's hard to see clear the swamp when you're up to your whatever in alligators or something. I don't remember those words when it was something like that. But I really think that's what I'm looking forward to, is us moving forward. And until December, I will be here with you. I won't be after that. You've got a candidate sitting back there listening to what you're saying today, which I think is dynamite because she's learning as she goes right now. But the whole key is we've got to move beyond the COVID mentality to fixing reading the buildings as they need to be done. You know, the thing I made number one on the list was trying to figure out historically what to do with some buildings that we need to do business with. We got great money to build buildings, but what do we do with 208? You know, Richie Kessler's built the best thing in town, and what does he do? He calls me and he says, y'all are stupid. I could make lots of money for y'all by selling 208. I could put the biggest hotel and the nicest hotel in Savannah and make like River Street look crazy. And I said, well, we hadn't really decided we want to sell it yet.
That's a businessman. He's looking for you to write it.
Yeah, because then I tell my
Yes,
city.
I'd like to, just kind of piggyback on something that Sean said, and a question that I have, and maybe just to put this out and about, what can we do to ensure that when developers develop these subdivisions, these neighborhoods, put all these houses on this massive, a lot of, lots of land, what can we do to assure that they reserve or property for a school? Because if we can imagine what God would look like, if we had those developers when they were building that area on the Savannah Highlands, if they would have reserved property for a school, we wouldn't have half the issues that we're having now because we couldn't accommodate the growth out there. So it's just something I thought I would mention.
Yeah, that was something that we discussed, and I was saying, I'm from Jacksonville, and I don't know how long ago, but, and I guess it was something that the city worked out as a requirement for developers. So whenever there is like hundreds of houses going in, they have to set aside land. Now, you know the quality of what that land is like. Oh, I'm standing, oh, I'm sinking. Why is the land sinking under me? So they're not giving us their best lots, but there is a requirement. And so that was something that was worked out with the city to require that. So that would be something that, you know, you could have to work out.
And I would say that we have like 5 or 6 different municipalities we deal with, but I know Ms. Miller-Kegler has been proactive in the last decade or so, talking to those municipalities and projecting development. So Rice Creek was kind of like we know stuff is going on up there, we're gonna be proactive and plan. So we've taken steps to at least have more information on the front end. But we can certainly explore more communications and saying, bring us in on the front end as you're reviewing massive developments so we can be part of the conversation.
So the urban planner in me has to chime in. So we have unincorporated county plus 8 municipalities. That's 9 different local governments that you're working with. The other thing in Georgia, City of Savannah right now is looking at impact fees. In Georgia, you cannot charge impact fees for schools, which is a limitation because some developers will provide property or make improvements in lieu of paying those fees, but that is a state limitation that we have as a district because we cannot charge impact fees for schools in Georgia. So hopefully that will change. There's some legislative talk about that changing, but that would be something that would be advantageous for us. The other comment I wanted to make is one of the things that I think we have a tremendous opportunity, we're doing in some of our schools, I know, but we live in a coastal environment and climate change is real. And I would really love to see us model behavior through both our buildings and our practices to instill a recognition of how the built environment impacts climate change. I was thrilled to hear you mention electric vehicles. I mean, to me, that's an easy no-brainer, but I know that may not be a universal, and there's limitations I know right now, but those are quickly changing. You know, one of the things that I brought up at one of our previous meetings in E4, we've got all sorts of re-roof buildings that we're doing, and I mentioned solar panels, and it sounds like we're looking at working with Georgia Power on a solar farm instead, but to me, that is a huge missed opportunity because when you have those solar panels at the school building, you have the opportunity to integrate it into their curriculum and into the academics that you lose, not to mention the fact you don't get near the benefit through a solar farm as you do as on-site solar. So the way in which we are thinking about sustainability and easy things like recycling, it pains me every single board meeting we have, the amount of plastic that goes, I've got my little pile of plastic I'm taking home to recycle. I mean, low-hanging fruit. If we want to model stewards of our environment through our students, we need to take the steps to model good practice. Sorry, that's my little soapbox. Another one.
All right.
So Dr. Bennett,
That would be a great segue into your next segment, workforce priorities, immediate needs.
The superintendent.
but I thought we were here for the superintendent.
Well, I find these sessions always to be helpful and instructive, number one. It tells us, what I say to the staff all the time, we live it, you visit it. We live it. Every day
we visit the strategic plan and what is happening in terms of our goal. That's what we do. Are we able to move a district that deals with 43,000 people on a dime? No, we're not able to do that. And I challenge anybody in here who can make it happen, to make it happen. What I think sometimes is, my view of the world is much more global, and as an elected official, and by the way, I was a school board member, I recognize as a school board member, my view was very different than the superintendent's view. The superintendent was doing the day-to-day work, and I was sitting over here, attending a meeting, reading my packet, and then offering my suggestions and questions based on what I saw, or maybe perhaps who called me or who put stuff on my door that indicated their specific interest or complaint. Either way we look at it, there's work to do, and we'll continue to do that work. Whether it meets an individual's specific needs, I'm not sure, but in the run of things, certainly our job is to respond to the individual concerns, but also to look at the greatest need, and to also be able to walk into a public space and know very clearly that we've done the best we can, especially with the use of public dollars and all the resources made available to us. So these sessions are instructive. What it does tell us is, despite the number of reports we provide, despite the information we provide, there's a visitation and then there's a living in it. I am a person who lives by definition. If you tell me I want to see how children are progressing, then we're going to look at programs that allow the children, or strategies that allow the children to progress, but also we look at how do we define success. When I look at children who are able to graduate and read and write and spell and do all the things and speak intelligently, when they graduate, there is something that's happening between third grade, when they perhaps could not meet your state reading measurement, and 12th grade. There is something that's happening there, and I will not, under any circumstances, disregard the work that our teachers do every day to make that happen. It is a community issue when we have to go out and do a campaign to have parents engage their children, so that when they come to that front door, they are able, they know their names, they know their colors, they know how to behave in a social environment. That is not always the case. And there are young people who come, the 30 million word gap is probably 100 million by now. If you think about the 30 million word gap when that was done, it's about 100 million, I would advance that position. Nonetheless, I think there is critical work being done. I think we have not always communicated the ways that we measure success and the fact that progress is made. My challenge to staff is, at the end of a 9-month period, I want to see 9 months growth. I don't care what school you're in, and I don't care what you bring to your starting point. If you start and you are well above grade level, I expect to see that you will demonstrate 9 months of progress. So this has been instructive. It tells us maybe our communication needs to be enhanced. I agree with Ms. Grabowski that we're in competition with everybody else, but I also recognize that there is a legacy in this community that speaks to public schools after 1965. There is a legacy that is still here. I'm a product of the public schools, very proud, always will be, but I recognize that there are people who will never, ever, regardless of what happens, respect or acknowledge what public schools are doing. But then there are also others who say, oh my God, I didn't realize what was happening in public schools, I'm gonna enroll my child. And then there are also people who have a very strong family legacy with private school education.
I don't care what kind of school it is. I just want to make sure the children are having a great experience and that they are prepared for the future. So public, private, charter, east side, west side, islands, wherever it is, we just want children to have a good experience. So it's been instructive for us, very thoughtful. I've appreciated the conversations, and we've learned a lot, trust me, by listening. We learn a lot about what we need to do in terms of making sure that you have the information that you need, also recognizing the vantage points that you have, and then recognizing the vantage point that we have. Doesn't have to be different, I mean, doesn't have to be working at cross purposes. The bottom line is that children belong to all of us. And if there's a fire, I'm not expecting a person with a PhD to come rescue me. If I'm in the hospital, I'm not expecting a person with a PhD to come take my temperature. If I'm shopping at my favorite place, which is Publix, I'm not expecting a person with a PhD to stock the shelves or cut the meat. Those are all things that we all need. But all children should be expected to experience success, and we should be developing and offering programs that allow them, and strategies and experiences that allow them to enjoy the Telfair, the Philharmonic, but also the Eagles and everybody else. So we want our children to be successful, because while we enjoy, thinking everybody's going to be up here, there are also critical services that we rely on, that all of our children should have the choice to engage in as their life's work. So thank you for the opportunity to hear from you and to provide instruction for us for going forward.
I was told that you're going to take about a 5-minute break and head into your next section. And thank you so much. Thank you.
5 minutes only, please.
5 minutes only. That sounds familiar.
Thank you. That was very, very helpful.
You know what? Thank you for being here. I was
You want to take a lap for wellness staff?
Yeah, I think so. We actually are. The current.
Oh, gosh, my stupid self, I couldn't breathe, right? I couldn't catch my breath. So John was but I'm just sitting here in the recliner and I'm going like, thank God. At first they thought, so the ambulance took me to Kansas, they thought I was having a heart attack. So they took me from the ambulance to St. Joe's out here. The first thing I heard Dr. Crosby say, she's not having a heart attack. She has a pulmonary embolism. So that's what it is. A blood clot in my brain. But they took such good care of me. I'm telling you, I mean, they took care of me like, I'm going to write call and tell you. So I was in the whole 7 days. That's exactly what we did. The medicine they've given us is so elegant. It really prevents you from you have to be careful about breathing. I feel like I'm doing nothing, but they did it very seriously, much more than I had to think. Okay, did you go to St. Joe's?
Everybody. We have money.
I'm breaking up the party.
I still haven't yet seen those.
And Marilyn's a nurse.
And
One question I did have was, I know you talked about with all the associate superintendents. Is there somewhere in the process?
So, reading.
Oh, my God.
But, I mean, there's always funny stories.
Yeah, when you look
Suddenly,
back.
everybody was there.
We have a new beginnings art exhibit this spring.
But it was so cool.
Usually Rosemary has.
And the guy said he needs all the data. He needs dehydrated, he needs fluids. And the top line was everything. And the guys put down I told him he needs a big
That is not to say, yeah, thank you. Well, but I was impressed with those of you guys who came from me. I tell you what. Immediately they had me to read.
When they put me out, everybody except for us, I think it's anytime before 12 in the afternoon. We have picnics in my yard, you know, and golf carts and all this, and I don't say anything, he's running for re-election, and we don't need anyone to know that he's sick.
Oh, God. Oh, my
Isn't that funny?
Oh, my God.
They're trying to protect me, they're trying to help me.
Oh, my God. Well, Joe, I wrote you. I thought thinking, because I was one who was pushing you to push through. But I
was all in,
respect and
and I just,
understand
no, I just,
what you man inside of
and, I had 2 questions in the field, but not as severe as the first one. However, and I would say, as much as I would miss this, miss you and
well, I have 2 more years. I'm not running
oh,
again.
I know, I mean, I will miss so much of this. But I had slept better than last week.
Just having
I
made
feel
that
like
decision.
37,000 kids at my city.
Yeah.
My shoulder anymore. And I just didn't.
I know.
All this time.
Our estimated
She's here, you know.
But it seems like that's where money is. Oh, okay. So if that's, oh, well, see, that's good to hear.
I know they're looking.
This is really exciting. Yes, you know, talk about this, lose track of whatever the case may be. Nice and shiny. Where does it go?
Well, and I'll share an anecdote. So, they like benefits they didn't expect to think about was they found that like those connections that are not like, no, into mine, but those are like,
I've got sound sensitive, so everything is really, really loud. And, yeah, so I notice immediately when I'm in a loud vehicle, loud environment, and I'm always having earphones, so yeah, I get it.
well, and that's like this opportunity, you know, like.
Yeah, that's the side, that's the.
And I know.
And if you get someone from the outside, but I think they bring, you know, we want someone leave.
I'm very excited about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seats. Getting ready. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes. If you need some refreshments or tea in the back, Mary Brown will hook you up. Some sweet honey from the land of Australia. All right, we're going to go through workforce priorities. Mr. Ramon Reddy is going to walk us through this. Recognize there's a lot of slides to get through. Mr. Reddy will get you through there very quickly. The good news is we're ahead of schedule by a full 30 minutes. But I'm sitting here filling time, so let me get you back on track. I did want to let you know, so we'll go through workforce priorities, we'll take a lunch break, we'll come back and we'll finish out that COVID presentation. There's only 3 slides to cover on that and give you time for dialogue, and then we'll finish out the day with the academic affairs update. Mr. Ray.
You don't have any.
Good morning. I want to follow up. I know there's a lot of slides I gave you, but some of the slides, about half of the slides I would say, are the same ones that we had at the fall retreat. Just wanted to actually refresh your memory on them so we can make sure we can have that discussion. So we're going back to the comprehensive state plan that we created in 2016 and that the board approved, and just wanted to give you an update on where we are. And to remember that they're often overlooked. When I say often overlooked, even I overlooked it the last time in October presentation with the legal plan coverage that I have highlighted there this time. So you can see some of those things that we often try to make sure our employees understand that they have and that we have the offerings. And we're still looking to expand other things, but you can see the fundamental things that we have there. And I can tell you, as it relates to life insurance, that's going to cost us more this coming year. We're actually having, just because of the number of instances we had for claims.
Let me have your attention, please. We've got a presentation going on.
So as we think about the life insurance, like I said, that's going to go up just because of the number of incidents that we've had. Yeah.
Per employee, what's that look like? Cost, like package?
The package, we were sitting somewhere around 215,000. 2 years ago.
No, like per person, what's it cost the district to put together that benefits package?
For all of it?
Or just per, like if you were to say per person on our employee side?
Per person, I would think probably close to 45, 46% of the overall salary of that person.
Okay.
Of their salary. Now, there's some that are standard, like health insurance is going to be $11,900 something to pay for every employee something. So, as I was mentioning, in 2016, we started this 5-year plan. Just wanted to give you an update on where we are. I'm going to go through that. Like I said, we went through this in the fall. 2-to-1 we completed back in June of 2021. And so, even at that time, we knew we were fixing a problem of employees being hired into the district, 5-to-1 experience, 2-to-1, was the conversion. It cost us over $9 million to do that last year. And it has helped. I have pointed that out at many board meetings where we had individuals that were being hired and they were like nurses as an example. We always had problems hiring nurses. But right now I think we have one nurse vacancy or none. We fluctuate with that. We never had that. We always had 6, 7 nurse vacancies. Well, that was because of an example I presented to the board where an individual nurse was making $42,000 a year ago, would be at $56,000 this year. So it's been a huge change that goes all the way down even to the custodians and school nutrition. And this is one of the examples of the change that related to a bus driver. As you can see, that change that they would have. Again, these are the same slides I really did in the fall. Just wanted to do a refresher. Same here, the compensation, the previous barriers that we had, all of those, and can that come COVID-19 again for 2021? Certified staff, as we look at certified staff in the ranking, and I'll show you the graph. I mean, we haven't been able to analyze the 2022 data yet. It really just started coming in, and we'll start having that in the next slide presentation. But you can see the rankings that we have. We're still hovering around the same point. And whenever we get this 3,000, 2,000, it doesn't help us, because guess what? Every other district has the same 2,000 or 3,000. So unless we're going above that, we're not making progress towards this, because we're just maintaining where we are when we do the 2,000. And you can see the ranking in the chart that's there. Going to give you a little bit of time just to look at that.
So it looks like all the schools above us are Atlanta area, right?
But most, yes.
Yeah, but let's not use that as an excuse.
No, I'm not, I'm just.
They are.
That's starting, look over here, we go way down to the 20s.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
But we start out pretty well, but then we fade, and I think that's the point that we want to try to say we're fading too much, and we need to work on that side of it as well.
Isn't Fayette County near Atlanta?
The south,
Yes.
yeah.
Just south of it,
The
just.
house in the south.
Okay, so,
Where are Brian and Effingham?
Brian doesn't report here. Effingham, I should have Effingham. Let me see. Let's go Brian. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, Brian, you can see there on this one. But Brian doesn't report into the state. That's voluntary reporting. Well, it's not voluntary. You have to pay $1,000 to get in this group. But Brian doesn't contribute himself.
So we're higher starting, is basically comparable moving forward.
Correct. So we're good regionally to some degree, as you can see there. But we compete a lot with metro Atlanta areas, and from the standpoint, when we're out recruiting, people look at us just like Atlanta. They view us like that. Now, one thing we have is, yeah, we're 3.5 hours from Atlanta, but we're also 3.5 hours from Disney World. You know, we're 3 hours from Myrtle Beach, or 5 hours from Disney World, 3 hours from Myrtle Beach, 3.5 hours from Myrtle Beach. So we're kind of, you know, in a good, and we have the beach. So, you know, we have a lot of things that we are able to sell to a lot of individuals to get them here.
On T7, Bryan County is up there.
And you can see, now these are the more of the counties that we consider at our range where student enrollment for the most part, particularly with Cherokee, Forsyth, they're a little bit above us, and Henry, and then below us, Bibb, Muskogee, Henry County is above us, Richland County is below us too, as far as student enrollment. See where we are there. Again, the large districts, now we're comparing to the Metro Atlanta. You can see, again, teachers make that comparison, they're looking at that, but there are also a lot of factors, cost of living, driving, all those factors that, mean a lot. That may make them so we always have this to be able to show them. So, new are discussions about immediate staffing needs. We still have math, science, foreign language, speech, language pathology, English. It's actually new, believe it or not. English is now a critical field that we have a need for. Special education teachers, even though we have the strategic waiver, we can't waive SPED. So that's a challenge for us because we cannot waive special education. Bus drivers, mechanics, school resource officers, custodial workers, custodians. Now, when we did the 2-to-1, as I noted, we fixed the experience issue for somebody coming in with experience. What we did not resolve was what happens to the new person that doesn't have experience. That we didn't resolve with that. We've only resolved when I have 20 years experience, 15 years experience, getting higher on the scale to make us more competitive. We didn't fix I come in as an entry level, what is my pay? And I'll have that discussion in a second. So, with the substitutes, pretty much the same areas that we have issues for the most part with our permanent employees as it relates to, you can see those comparisons. Paraprofessional, we do pretty good on hiring, but there is, under substitutes, there's shortages in that area. Do want to bring up a point that came up yesterday. So, and I had to think about it. The question came up yesterday, or the issue came up about hiring staff that did not have a high school diploma. And you remember that discussion that we had yesterday. Yes. So let's go back and give you a little bit of background, just a little bit of information. So we started when ESS, actually Kelly Services before ESS, before social teachers before ESS. They had issues with hiring custodians and school nutrition and asked, okay, can we as a substitute entity lower our ability to hire? In other words, hire staff that do not have a high school diploma. And because of the shortage area, we agreed to do that. However, a year down the road, our principals are calling us saying, wait a minute, I have this great person, does a great job, but we can't hire them. They've been in my building. I see their work. They can do it. We can't hire them. So that continued as an issue over time. So what we did was, under the direction of Dr. Vetch, who's aware of this occurring, we decided to collaborate with Savannah Tech, with their GED program. And what we do, we have 8 employees right now that don't have a high school diploma, but they have 2 years to get the high school diploma. We send them, they go through our professional learning department, so there's a connection between our professional learning and through Savannah Tech. The course can be completed in 1 year, less than a year, but they have 2 years to complete the course. So I can view this, I know the thought process about education and how, as an education institution, but I also can say, maybe we can think of it a little bit different like we did. We're not letting you get lost. We're still gonna be able to help you get that you might not be able to get a different way. Maybe our pathway is a way for them to get the GED, whereas if they didn't go our pathway, they couldn't. We have about 12 that we're considering right now, in addition to the 8. So think about it, if they all are able to get their GED, I think we've contributed to community. I think we've done what we wanted to do as an institution. And at the same time, we fill some needs that we've had along the way. So just want to give you that perspective.
Just a quick question. I think that's fabulous. I think it's absolutely fabulous. Once they complete their GED, is there a pay raise associated with that?
It's a good point.
Because I think that
what happens is they're able to get promoted. I think I mentioned that yesterday. They stay at the lowest level. Once they are able to get the GED, then they can start moving up the levels. That makes sense. Yeah, we can try to see if we can do something. That's a good option. But they will be able to get promoted after they get it. So. So I'm at the certified. These are some of the certified recruitment efforts. We do a lot of branding, a lot of things that are in here that you see. We don't really go to recruitment fairs as much because we found by the time we get there, they're already taken. So when we have our student teachers, guess what? We pretty much know the student teachers that come in our buildings. We know that whether they're going to remain or not. So we have a teaching shortage. And so even though colleges of education have student teachers, they pretty much are already going to be assigned to or they know where they want to go. So we have these other mechanisms of getting our teachers that we have to do because they're not in our area. It's catch one.
When we lose candidates, do we know why? Do they tell us, I can make 1,000 more starting in Cherokee? I mean, how much of it is money? How much of it is total benefits? How much of it is professional development opportunities? Do we have that, a sense?
I have a sense of that. I think what happens is, think about we have new graduates. So money is important for the new graduate, more so than the benefits. They figure that out a little bit later, which is why they come to us, because we have Social Security, which we get people on the end of their careers coming to us. But yes, it is money because of but there are many factors like we mentioned, the beach and other type things that people like too as well. So we do pretty good because of where we are. I mean, we're not rural, which is good. I mean, we're still viewed as the second largest metropolitan area in Georgia with a 10th largest school district. So there's some factors that help us be able to recruit, but I would say salary is one that they do turn it down for because they're not thinking that. They're not worried about I have to drive an hour and a half to school. They're just looking at the salary that I make. And if you're here in Savannah going 30 minutes, they're not really making that. Some of them are not.
So obviously if we raise salaries, that's an easy answer, but we also have to find $80 million to do that, if you do it across the board. But are we legally allowed to, and have we explored long-term incentives like we'll do tuition forgiveness if you stay for 10 years? We'll implement, we'll do some tuition reimbursement. Things like that to get them here and then keep them here. I don't even know if we're allowed to do that.
National Student Loan Pass would allow you to do that. If you would work locally in an area, well, I did here in Jeff County for 10 years, then they would forgive the loan, but I'm not sure they still do that.
But we're all fighting for the same, limited resource, so we have to be different.
Yeah, Dr. Buck
and this plays right into what Ms. Catchmore just said. One of the things that's been of interest to me through COVID is what we've seen about people stopping out and wanting to go to work in their pajamas. I mean, basically not wanting to go back into an office setting as we know it. That might be engineers, attorneys, teachers, whatever. I've been doing lots and lots of reading and lots of talking to people about that. And it's interesting to me that what other professions are now doing is fitting right into what you just said. They're giving much larger pay raises now to get them for 1 year or 2 years and not worried about them retiring, not worried about them staying 10 years, not worried about the further down. Now see, that's the exact opposite for education,
Right.
what it's always been. But I was in a meeting the other day, nurses, all of our local hospitals are having trouble with nurses because all of the young nurses, Dr. Marrero is graduating 1,400 nurses at Georgia Southern this spring. But all of the nurses, a large portion of nurses want to do the traveling nurses program because they get paid more, they don't have to stay a long time, and they're not getting the kind of retirement benefit that they would have in a hospital. Sam McCatchen, Thompson Hutton told me he can't hire engineers because they don't want to work in an office setting. They want a big salary and they'll stay on the road, but they don't want an office setting. So it seems to me that in education, and Chatham's no different from everybody else, all we've done is try to get somebody with us as a freshman teacher and hope they're gonna like us good enough to stay for at least 10, and then we've probably got them. I think what Sean just brought up and what Ramon just brought up are things that we need to look for in focusing on getting them to us the first time and then worrying about their retirement and all that stuff later. Try to pay them a salary and say, you give us 2-year commitment and you're gonna make this. And then start leveling it out. And that would immediately put the need, or fill the need for places like the English teachers that we don't have right now that we need. So just something to consider, but again, there's a great blog out there right now about we've raised the laziest generation in history. And it is frightening to you if you read that article about the fact that young people coming out of this pandemic don't really want to work anymore. Different reasons, but don't feel the need to, most of us didn't have a choice. But nowadays, they'll find something else to do. So just some food for thought.
That was just something similar I was going to ask. Do you see a trend as opposed to 5 or 10 years ago with the millennials? I have 2 of them. And they are not as long suffering as we were.
No.
We were taught, you go on that job, you do the job, you keep the job, you got full benefits, but this generation, they don't think about retirement, they don't think about staying on the job, they don't think about benefits. So are you seeing a trend with the age?
We are, the millennials, yes, and that is something that, as we start dealing with employees coming in, it is a challenge to deal with our millennials, for sure. But we, and I know Ms. Ball can speak to this, there's a lot of training that's done with principals to try to be able to bridge that gap. We do have a lot of younger administrators coming in that are also having that same issue because they're thinking the same way and creating challenges for us. Ms. Ball, you were going to say something?
I was just going to say, yes, we have one school in particular that's done a really good job of getting student teachers and using technology and actually trying to understand the millennials and putting together clubs and activities to attract them to the site. And was actually bragging and begging us not to share it with everyone else because then it'll tap into their pool. But they're coming up with creative ways to try to attract them and keep them on site and keep them engaged. Because many of them do tell you, all right, I don't like doing this anymore, so I'm leaving, I'm gonna find something else to do. They don't have anything at the time, and they're okay with walking away, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I'm wondering if we can't use this shift in the marketplace that other employers are seeing to our advantage. And I'm thinking back at counselors. A child who needs a counselor that right now is not seeing a counselor at all would probably be very happy, well, maybe a kid wouldn't be happy, but the parents and the teachers would be happy if that child was seeing a counselor virtually, somebody who met all of our professional standards, but we were able to have access across the district by recruiting individuals who would use a digital platform. And I don't know how attractive that is, but it's attractive to me as someone who works with young people who could use that. And I'm wondering if there are other ways. I know that that's part of the way that we populated CELA was those teachers who wanted to be in that kind of platform. So maybe we can take advantage of these folks that are selective about how they want to enter the workplace, and maybe it would also allow us to be economical with our funds, because there are certain expenses that don't come with housing, personnel on site.
So our wellness center, actually, the proposal we did for a wellness center will be taking some of that into account and doing that. And so it will be for students and for staff. And while there will be in-person staff members there, a counselor and a coordinator, there will also be opportunities for them to engage virtually, as well as we'll be partnering with businesses, local businesses, to provide services. And we'll be adjusting the hours to meet the needs of families so that they won't be based on school hours every day, but it'll stay open a couple of days a week until 7 p.m. so that we can meet their needs. So we've looked at doing a multitude of things so that we can meet the needs of the community.
Is this like IEP top start type meetings, or is it just checking in, grief, other things like that?
Yes, it's like that. This is actually going to be set up and supervised by our school director of school counseling, and it will be for our students just to do check-in and about their wellness and well-being, not just necessarily based on the IEP or things of that
Okay,
nature.
but can we use it for that though?
Yes.
Okay,
It'll be open for all.
for
those
all
pieces.
applications, okay, thank you.
Mr. Ray, I really didn't hear the answer to Mr. Cashmar's question about what we do when we have a candidate and then they choose not to take our offer and leave. Did you ever respond to that?
Well, I thought I said, yes, I think that there are issues with salary, but what I think happens within education with teachers particularly, they pretty much, we don't usually have a lot of teachers that just apply just to be applying. Sometimes we'll have that. Most of the time they know they want to come here. And so they would have already made a decision that I make more in Cherokee or I make more somewhere else, and they just don't apply to come here. So that's what I think happens a lot. We don't get a lot of teachers that just decline after going through the process, interviewing, because they know what the salary is. It's publicized, it's there, there's no question about that. We made a determination as a district that even though we did a strategic waiver, we would always keep a salary schedule so that any individual could know, publicize how much I would make. So that's why we don't see as much as that. That they do make a decision, but we don't see it because if they decide to apply for us, they've already set their mind or determined that they're okay with the salary. It's not like hourly where they may not be able to calculate the number of hours, but based on the number of days. A lot of things happen with an hourly person, but with the teachers, there's a salary that's posted. We don't usually have that issue as much.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of non-teachers, professionals who are not teachers, say in the technology field. I feel we lost a really wonderful young man a few weeks ago, and I mentioned that, I asked, were we in any way trying to incentivize some of our people to stay rather than leave to go elsewhere?
And you're right, that's the example I was making about the other areas. We have to do a lot better in the other areas, and I'll have a little bit of discussion about that. Dr. Brinkman?
Yeah. Maybe as the youngest person up here at these tables, I don't like the word lazy. I don't like the word millennial. I know you're using it from your blog, and we have to rethink that these individuals that are coming out to work have seen their parents who were promised this great retirement plan working into their 70s, working for the system that has made their life maybe good, maybe not. I get this with my students all the time. They graduate like, I'm not even taking a full-time job. I'm gonna take a 3-day-a-week job because I can make my bills, I can have my time off, and I can care about me because my job is just a job. And that's the change there. And granted, we're still gonna have people that love more than just the children, that like love their job and work tirelessly at it. But I think that has changed in our country because nothing's changed in our country for 40 or 50 years in our workforce. We're pretty inefficient. We don't get much time off. At least the teachers get more time off, but our country hasn't changed where the rest of the world, many weeks off that are paid at a much better rate, leave for husbands and wives that aren't judged when they're having children. So some of those changes, we just have to be cognizant that it's the nation. I've been pitching a 4-day school week since the get-go because I feel like that's a change where people have more time for themselves. We just stretch that day out a little bit longer, and you come work here and you got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off, or you got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday off. That's where I see my students going, is that I'll take less money, and I tell them, they're like, what's your advice looking for a job? I'm like, don't ask for more money, ask from the get-go for how many days can you give me off? Because it's going to be worth a heck of a lot more than the couple other $1,000 because you ain't got time to spend it. Or if you buy something fancy, you don't get to see it because it's sitting at your home that you're never at. So I think we have to meet this workforce where they're at, understand that they've just looked at the world and said, I think I can do this better because it hasn't worked for my parents or the generation before them where you got one job and you stayed there for 30 years and you got some pins. And a lucite little thing that said, thanks for your service.
And a watch.
Well, no, they ain't giving watches anymore.
They don't give watches anymore. Good job, David.
Listen, can I just say this?
What David said was very important.
Says our state legislators gonna have the final say, since this part of our funds come from the state. They will never agree to that 4-day week.
There are school districts in Georgia that already do it.
Okay, well, maybe we can work with that. Okay.
say to David, you don't like the word millennial like I didn't like the word baby boomer. I was a baby boomer and you are all millennial.
I'm actually in between.
Generation X.
The forgotten. No, but I think the bigger point is we are offering the same thing every other district offers.
Correct.
Right. But we're saying, well, we got the beach, so if we want to be different, we need to be different. You want a 4-day co-teaching schedule, we can pair you up with somebody.
Right.
You want, whatever it is that we need to do to be different, to attract and retain, that's what we need to do. And that statement applies to everybody in this room and all of your businesses. That's what we're all going through right now. Attracting and retaining talent, meeting where they are, and differentiation. That's what we need.
I took like a $20,000 pay cut to go into education. But I get summer off, and I get a spring break and a Christmas break, and that's a difference. Like my father thought I was insane. You're giving up money. I was like, yeah, for time off. My kids will not understand what their other friends go through, where they have to get sent to every camp during the summer. So we got it again, what Sean echoed, outside the box, because everybody else has money.
So how do we do that? How do we turn this into some action? Because we have all this good thought, but it's hard to get it translated into us raising our hands around the horseshoe.
Well, and we had some of the same exact conversation at Oakland. I mean, some of these exact same ideas came out there, so I think it's what we were talking about earlier, how do we actively follow up? So I think we have to be very intentional about it. But one of the other things that we talked about there that we did during the pandemic was childcare. That is a real challenge for many families, is finding high-quality childcare. I would love to see us explore a model where we are providing childcare for our employees, a great way to help train our teachers, get early learning integrated in those childcare centers, because hospitals use that as an incentive, and it works really well. So I think that's something that...
And we did it during
COVID.
Limited.
To a limited degree, yeah. I mean, I know there's challenges with it, and there have to be facilities and everything else, but I think, anyways, I'll just throw that out there.
Thank you. I just want to ask, so this has come up a couple of times that we talked about this, but we're not really merging our conversations. Can I ask if the board officers would consider pulling the notes from Oakland, pulling the notes from our last retreat, and looking at them with our notes from this retreat, and maybe giving us like a 1 or 2 slide summary at some point, informal, or so that we did that some years ago. It was helpful, I think. Could we do it again where we look where we've been and have a presentation by us, to us?
Sure.
Thank you.
Tanya would love to do that.
And Dion, what about if we added the cost next to it? Put how much money each thing would entail. Put some sort of cost to it.
I would like for the staff to receive it and then do that, but I don't want to delay the synthesis by giving the staff this homework assignment. I want to give us homework and have us do it. But I think then we turn it over to the staff and ask them to tell us what our dreams are.
Do we get more time off?
You're stuck in
You can do it virtually. You can do it virtually.
In my pajamas.
I'm going to go ahead and move forward. And we hire over 200 international teachers as well. We actually started doing a number of H-1Bs. We have over 100 now. I think we've reached over 100 that we've done. So those have actually filled many of our gaps. Teachers from Jamaica, from India, from Philippines, all over. And we have many, like Dr. Beth said, there are many people who look at our website and look at what we do. They go to our website, they look at what we do, and then they contact us. So I always go to meetings and I'm always proud because everybody's looking at us and wanting to ask, well, how did you all do this? How do you do this? Or taking something that we have and asking permission, because they know we've already done it already. So they just go ahead and just want to put their name on it or whatever. So all those things happen, but our international teachers, we're leading the state and certainly being able to do that. And so that's what helps us fill our classrooms as well. Yes.
What HBUs have you pretty much focused on? I know we have SSU here, but do you go out to FAMU and follow up East Coast?
We have done that. I mean, I've been in the FAMU, I've done that. Like I said, the physical recruiting is not what we really do as much. We do what's called geofencing. So we will pay for, you may not know this, but if you go down, if you do see it on your cell phone. You'll go search for something, and then all of a sudden, other things pop up. Well, anybody that comes downtown Savannah gets an ad about Savannah Chatham County Public Schools. You don't see it because you live here, but if you don't have an address that's here, you get it. We do the same thing with these colleges and universities, putting a geofence around them. And so as they start looking for certain things, we get that. And so that's how we found that we're better. And then we know it works because we get the information on the application that says, well, how'd you find out about this? I saw it on my phone. And many times that's what, so that is very, very useful. And we can see the number of click-throughs. We can see the number of people that click through what we're doing, click through our ads. That's relevant data that we have. And then we see them actually come here. We see them actually come here. So we know it works. And we know it works. So yes, you'll see people that come, like I said, they'll come in town, into Savannah. We have a geofence around downtown. As long as you don't have a local address, because we're not paying for you, you get that ad, so we have to pay for those clicks that people get. So we certainly do that as well. So that's what we do down in House Around. We put it around those. But we do FAMU, and of course the Metro Atlanta coast, Fort Valley, Augusta, and we do South Carolina State, I believe. So we're doing some others, and we certainly, as we start seeing, we see if we hear about this happen sometimes, teachers being, reduced, cut, whatever, we'll put a geofence around that area as soon as we find out that teachers are losing their jobs, because that's a good place to do it. We can do it very quickly, and start getting our ads, start applying to come here. We have over 1,600 applications for teachers since January to come to this district. So that gives you an idea of, and we usually don't have more than 400 vacancies. So right now that's 1 in 4 for the most part. So, and it will continue to grow that way, but we start this in January. And yeah, classified, again, there's a lot, and I know Chief can attest to the videos that we've done. We've done the same thing with custodians. So we have a lot that we're doing on the classified side as well. And the classified side, yes, we do attend physically those job fairs. So you may ask, well, are we doing the geofencing doesn't work as well. We do face-to-face for the most part as it relates to that. We do the geofencing, but not as 100% reliability as we do with teachers. So because it's local, and because most of the employees are local, we attend the local job fairs that we have. And we do radio, and you can see gospel stations. You can see some of what we've done digitally and online. Retention strategies, supporting staff well-being. We have with our EAP program, promoting employee development through professional learning. I mentioned some of that, and gathering exit data, which is always a challenge, but we continue to try to find better ways to do that in more efficient ways. So, hiring barriers. Chick-fil-A, $15.50 an hour. This one over here to the left is Emmark, $14 an hour up to $17 an hour, depending on what they do. That's our challenge, and again, that's the initial, and it's again short-term. It's what people are looking for. I see this high-paying job, but I'm not thinking about my benefits. I'm not thinking about these other type things. I'm looking at what my check is going to be next week. And you can see, but the other problem we have is cat service. So cats, we don't have any transportation in New Hampstead High and K8. It's not on a bus route. Same thing with Rice Creek, Bloomingdale. And there's limited service to Groves Multi-Campus. You realize, I think that I forgot the name, sorry, the housing projects are right before where the Kentucky Fried Chicken is. That's where it stops. So anything you have to walk all the way down, no matter what's going to happen when we have this multi-site finished, because that's where Groves and Mercer used to be a real challenge, because that was the bus stop to get to Mercer. That's a long walk.
So why can't we use our buses?
Public transit.
Public transportation.
I'm saying, why can we not
We can't even transport our students.
get our custodians to New Hampstead with a shuttle that we drive, we run, and to these other places?
We gotta transfer our students.
Yeah, I think that one of the things we did.
We do that, we transfer
Yeah.
the kids. The kids are all in place, by, because as far as I know, we have a custodian shortage at just about every school in this county.
That is a
So why can't we do something about
I was trying to remain quiet.
with the transportation?
I think the one thing that we might want to think about, if you're thinking about, transforming the way we do things, some of the other employers are contracting with others and transporting workers. I don't think it's feasible to say that we're going to take school buses and transport workers when we're trying to manage home-to-school transportation and also field trips. Remember we had this wonderful conversation yesterday about field trips. We want all this stuff, it costs money and it takes people. So if we are saying that, CAT service, I'm not sure what that's going to look like. They just got a new director, another new director, so we'll see. The problem is not just the school districts. So we're going to talk about transporting people to get them to work. Then what that means is that becomes a part of our operational cost, and we have to find someone who is going to transport those workers. If that's what you want to do, that's a budget line. That's a professional service that we are going to make that commitment to. So I'm just saying, if that's what you want to do, that all sounds well and good. But that means something else is not going to happen. So we understand the challenges with people getting to Rice Creek or wherever those schools are, but at this time, we don't have the capacity, and I don't want it to be communicated that we're not interested in it. I'm just saying right now, we are not in a position to use school buses to make that.
Yeah, and that was, that was.
What we have done, what we have done in these areas is that Rice Creek, Bloomingdale, New Hampshire, K8, and Godly, actually, the custodians there make 75 cents an hour more. So that's the enticement to get them to come out to that area. They understand, of course, it would be somebody with transportation, but that's the enticement to get them in that area.
Well, am I missing something here? What's with our transit system? We don't have enough people moving into those areas, riding into those areas for our transit buses to run.
Well, it's different issues. Garden City is because they don't allow CAT.
Because of taxes, they don't want to
Yeah,
increase
so
their taxes.
that's Garden City, which impacts the roadside. But Southwest, you can get to the Walmart, because that's where it is, but you still gotta walk from the Walmart to Southwest Middle, Southwest Elementary.
And that's if they got a driver.
That's if you have a driver, exactly. So, and they have a shortage too of drivers. They also have a driver shortage as well. So some of it's maybe just not having enough to go out to the New Hampshire, because I think about it, there's not really, they may not have the ridership. They don't see a need to go out there right now because it's just not enough out there. I mean, that's my guess as to.
Well, Chatham Area Transit, their service district is unincorporated counties, City of Savannah, and a portion of Garden City. They're getting ready to update their transit delivery plan. They are getting ready to do an entire, so there's a lot of work coming up along with a new director, so I think this is an opportune time for us as a district to have some really heart-to-heart conversations, not only with CAT, because CAT is not the challenge. It's the other municipalities, Hooler, Bloomingdale, Fort Wentworth, that do not want transit in their community. So that is the challenge. And that's where we as leaders can have an opportunity to try and influence change.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Cashmore, yes.
Can we combine jobs, like for people who need transportation, to work food service or custodian? We'll give you a ride, but then we'll pay you, and you can be a bus monitor as well. It doesn't necessarily fix our needs, because we need people there after hours as well. But you figure out who needs transportation and who doesn't. And I'm just trying to think of creative solutions that aren't going to cost us a lot more.
Yes.
Then you get into who's riding the bus and all that, but everybody's passing background checks and all that. But again, I don't know how big of an issue this, I don't know, we lose applicants when they find out there isn't an easy way to get out there, or they're not applying to begin with. And then the way to work with our municipality partners who aren't allowing CAT out there is to say, listen, this is a challenge for us. If y'all don't help us, we're gonna phase that school out and move somewhere where staff can get there. I mean, that's the leverage you have, if being nice and trying to have a conversation doesn't work.
Dr. Howard?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say quickly, maybe try to recruit within the neighborhood, attend community meetings, neighborhood meetings, and maybe people that live in the community may want those jobs.
And that's what does happen. I mean, that's what happens in Bloomingdale. But again, New Hampshire, it doesn't help us because there's really not that many in the community at this moment. But yes, you're right. That's the only way we've been successful. Even the limited success we've had. Any other questions?
So how I guess what it would be each municipality, I was about to say, how many schools do we have that are really a lack of workers because of transportation?
Well, these are the ones that are on the west side are the main ones that are most difficult. Yes.
Well, and the industries in the west side have the exact same issue. All those distribution centers, this is not just a school district issue. This is a county-wide challenge.
And I do know one person, one person I know talk with, because they would, some of it maybe, it's just the way the transit system works. I want to say it's kind of centralized downtown. So you have all of these different stops. So if you're trying to get from the south side to, somewhere on the west side, it's almost, you have to go through 3 different sides. So that's part of it too, is how it's done. So maybe they'll work through trying to redesign that so that routes are different too, to make it easier for some
And they
areas
tried to
to
do
get
that
there.
3 years ago, and there were problems with the CAT leadership, that those changes that would have been much more efficient didn't move forward, so, sorry.
So that's what we're also seeing,
I know, way
that
too
the
much.
inefficiency of some, it's just more difficult for some areas to get to certain places, even if they wanted to. I think that's part of what it is.
Express buses would help from certain areas.
Yes. Okay, you want to move on? So this is what I wanted to point out to you. This is a 2012 salary schedule, and I want to let you see something. You see there's a step 0 here, grade 0, grade 01, grade 02. You'll see that. And the importance I want you to know, when we went into 2016, there was a midterm adjustment where we had $2 million or whatever it was. And I remember Dr. Lockton coming to me and saying, the board wanted to give a one-time $500 bonus to all hourly workers. And I thought about it, and I said back to him, I don't think that's the best use of the $2 million. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, our hourly employees have been frozen 5 years, since 2008. I think the best approach is to give the steps back to them. To give back the hourly workers what they lost. They're still going to get the $500, but they're getting it differently, and guess what? It's a permanent change on the salary schedule, not a one-time $500 they can spend. So with that, the board continued to support us, and that's where the compensation plan came. It came out of the idea of hourly workers getting a $500 bonus because we had that midterm adjustment. So one of the things that we had to do was, the board charged us with, well, how can we raise the minimum wage? I mean, not the minimum, so get to a living wage, I think is what we're trying to do, terminology-wise. So what can we do to raise the starting salary? Well, you could take this scale and add 10%, 20%. But you know how much that would cost to do that with all our employees. So what did we do? What we did was, we looked and we eliminated steps 01, and we eliminated grades 1 and 2. So this is what you see today. You see a scale that starts with 1. Now, why we ever had it start with 2, 0, 0, I don't know, but it was fortunate because we went to 1, we didn't notice the difference. But we eliminated that grade 0 and 2. Custodial workers and school nutrition assistants were in 2. We moved them all to grade 3. At the same time, we had a school nutrition scale that was separate.
And we collapsed the school nutrition scale into the one classified scale, which kind of what creates the not so much difference between grade 4 and 5 was because we put the put school nutrition into the scale. So that's what we did. I think the next thing we want to do is consider as a board, we want to continue we can get to about $13 an hour if there's I think with a 2% increase. If we eliminate this grade 3, there are 295 employees in grade 3. Those are custodial workers and also school nutrition assistants. If we eliminate 3, and so the starting salary would be, and I'm proposing we eliminate 1 too. So we start at 2. May I ask how we do that? We wouldn't do anything salary-wise or experience-wise coming in. Right now, a person with 0 and 1 year experience comes in at 1, and then 2 and 3 years comes in at 2. We would just have 0 to 3 years coming in at 2. So it wouldn't change any of our current employees. But we could start at $12.65. That would be the lowest paid position in this district. Assuming, let's say the board is able to, say we're able to do 2% this year, that gets us to almost $13 an hour. So that would be the lowest paid person in this district. Now, it would cause us to have to move lead assistants that are at 4 to 5, and it really has a ripple effect with custodials, because we have custodians at 4, we have to move to 5, and then head custodians that are at 5 and 6, we have to move to 6 and 7. But that's why I said that if we did that, we would have almost a $13 an hour minimum starting for the lowest paid employee in this district, if we were able to do that.
With a benefit package.
With benefits,
Yeah.
yes. With the benefits package, yes.
Right, of 50%.
Oh, Mr. Cashmore, yes. 50%.
Understand, yes, correct.
Mr. Cashmore.
So if our enrollment goes down, like we're projecting it's going to, based on population trends and all the other things, that means our FTE funding goes down, but that's primarily based on teacher salaries. So we get less money for teachers, we'll have less teaching positions, but we don't adjust our other positions based on that. If a school has 48 teachers, we still need 3 custodians, we still need 5 food service people, right?
Because that's based, the custodians are based on the size of the building,
Right.
and so that's the allotment there. And school nutrition is somewhat based on the service, because they may fluctuate based on the students that are actually getting served.
But so the question I have is, if the number of teacher spots is gonna go down and our funding's gonna go down, our total cost per position will go down. So we'll have some money, more money to contribute to the positions on the lower end of the salary scale. Because it's not, a proportion of it is not going to the higher paid teachers, right?
Agreed.
So if we implement a 2 or 3 or 4% adjustment, we'll make some of that up by our declining enrollment as well.
Correct.
Sure. Do we know what that delta is? Or could we, is it easy?
Yeah, I think it's something we have to try to figure out. I do know, for example, right now we're budgeting still, I think, at the 300 level for bus drivers, and we only have 265 or whatever the number is. So, some of that is, we have to decide will we be able to get to that point as we're budgeting. Same thing with school nutrition. We have a lot of school nutrition vacancies, but will we be able to fill them, or do we need to fill them based on, what's happening in the future? So those are some of the things I start thinking about. Consolidated building, those are some of the things we have to think about moving forward to be more efficient.
But I hear you saying we're competing with $15.50 an hour walking in
Correct.
the door.
And right now we're at what, $11.40.
Right. And it's going from $11.40 to $12.68. Is that meaningful?
Well, I think if we do the 2%, it gets us to 13. I think a 13, if we can get to $13 an hour, I think psychologically that does make a difference when we're at $11.40 right now.
And also the benefits package
And
and
the
the work,
benefits
and
package.
the working hours and conditions.
Yes.
If you're working in fast food, it's a very different working condition situation. I do think that's something that when we talk with our workers, you've got a pretty well set schedule, pretty well set conditions. In fact, a lot of them have additional jobs because of the stability in the scheduling and the regularity of work and the benefits package. So while for those who are much more astute and acquainted with what
the overall picture is for their family's health, they are much more inclined to stay. Although for some, the $2 draw sounds really good until they have to work to close at night.
Down Saturday. Traps and everything else.
I'm sorry, I think Dr. Brickman was excellent.
Yeah, are we allowed to advertise our pay scale two different ways? Because that would be 13, it'd be almost $20 an hour if we were to say, you're gonna make $20 an hour, benefits included. Does that make, am I barking up the right tree, people hearing this? Because I've seen jobs posted that way, that you make this much money an hour, it shows you what your benefits are each hour, because a lot of people don't take it down to the dollar amount, they're like, oh, that's my benefits. But when you actually see it added to your salary, I think it becomes more of a benefit in your mind that, oh man, that's how much these people are paying towards my family's well-being, my retirement, and it might get people at least through the door to have that conversation to say, yes, here's what you're taking home in your pocket to spend on whatever you want, but here's what the district is paying and the laundry list of things.
I don't think a 25. So you're communicating the value. Yeah. And I had a kind of a similar question, and I don't know if this is, we can do this or not, but can we offer, like say for example, you've got a couple and someone who comes to work for the district doesn't need some of the benefits that we're offering because of their spouse or whatnot. Can we offer an option of either this amount, no benefits, or this amount with benefits? Can we do that?
For the second person?
No, like when somebody comes in, you can either earn $18 an hour with no benefits, or you can earn $13 an hour with all these benefits, where the value would be higher with the benefits to encourage people to take advantage of those benefits for their own well-being, but that we would have, and I don't even know if you can legally do that.
Yeah, I don't know if state allows you to waive.
I'm not an attorney.
I mean, we do know there are other districts that offer, if you have a spouse that is not electing the health care, there's a different amount that has happened in that situation. But I haven't seen, and we do know that there are employees that don't take health insurance because they have health insurance through their spouse, somebody else. Right. And so they're obviously earning more because they're not having any health insurance taken out of their particular pay. So that, we do have that, and that is something that individuals can opt out on. But as far as advertising it, no, we haven't really done that. We can think about how.
Well, because if that's the carrot that gets, I mean, I think we're saying kind of the same.
Got to be very careful if we do that.
Real careful.
So I've done it with grant money, but it was messy. It was attractive to the candidates who liked it, but it was very messy.
Okay.
We don't advertise salaries at Savannah State, for one, so you don't have the problem of that number shifting. But what I had to do in the offer letter was to make them the offer for the gross amount of the salary. Then I had to notify the budget's office to not take the fringe out of the grant and to send the fringe, I had to get the grants office to approve the higher gross salary. I had to get everybody to agree not to take the fringe out, make that offer to that individual in writing with them knowing that they were declining a benefited position instead of, and taking an unbenefited position for that salary. It was a mess, they were happy, and it worked. I only did that for like 2 or 3 people over the last 15 years. I can't imagine trying to do it across the district.
Okay, that was just a question.
But they were happy, it was very motivational, so your goals would have been met.
And it's a good question for somebody who's 25 and single. That's a very good,
Yeah, they were 23 and they were overjoyed. Because they were still on their parents' insurance.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think we actually do it. I'm gonna, Mr. Cashmore.
Yeah, so the teachers have to pay in the TRS?
Yes.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory.
I was thinking more like custodian and.
But I work with plenty of employers who who offer that, and it's a check the box. It's not a huge administrative burden in actuality. Once it's set up. What is a burden though is once you allow people I'm just gonna come in for the highest salary I can get and no benefits,
Right.
you have a high turnover rate.
Exactly.
Because you're attracting the mercenaries who are
Right.
more looking for, I'm gonna maximize my income and then I'm gonna, so how would that play out? That would be a negative impact.
We'll go ahead and move on. But we have that, like I said, I'll look into that, that's a very good suggestion. Oh, just to let you, this is just an update on what we've done with classified changes. Bus drivers, 2016, we moved them to grade 8. Nurses, to be more competitive, we moved them to 200 days. I'll still never forget my first day teaching. And as a new teacher, I was told to, parent came, take the medication to the nurse, went to the nurse's office, and the nurse wasn't there yet. Because the nurse didn't come till the day before students came. So we fixed that problem on top of that, and it also changes salary-wise. They also were 7 hours instead of 8 hours. So that was some of the things that were changed in the past. Campus police, SROs, corporals, sergeants moved to grade 21. As you can see, special education, speech restrictive paras moved from grade 5 to 6. Speech language pathologist assistants, 5 to 6 as well. And classified professional school nutrition manager just changed in January of 2022. Estimate of what I thought what you think the changes would be as far as eliminating that grade 3, moving everybody over, and also starting on grade 2 instead of 1 is about $2 million. I need to dig and get to the individual people and what the cost is for each individual person. But that's kind of what the guess is right now. We are still looking at some specific changes in transportation and maintenance with the mechanics and others in that area. That'll probably happen this year. So that's something that's being done right now. So you can kind of expect something to happen with that. Maybe $1 million is what we're looking at in that area when we get through with all of the work there, but it wouldn't start out as much, but once we get through with everybody. These are some of the things we have ongoing to try to make sure, entice us to be able to get our teachers in our profession. GTAP, as you're aware of, we have resident teacher program. We're expanding the resident teacher program with Georgia Southern University, and those are basically paras, or we pay teachers a para rate of pay. You'll see it sometimes, it shows up as a teacher as $19,000. You have to ask, well, why is the teacher making $19,000? Well, they're paired with, there's 2 of them, and then they have a master teacher. So from a budget standpoint, it's budget neutral, because we're really paying, we would pay 2 teachers about the same salary we're paying these 2 resident teachers along with a teacher that is supervising that classroom. So it doesn't cost us any more budget-wise. So we want to keep expanding that, keep expanding those opportunities, especially to be able to give opportunities for our paraprofessionals and others. And then you can see the other academies that we do, and SRO to SSO to SRO training and bus driver intern training that we continue to do as well. Just to wrap up, just a few things. I want to just continue, just a reminder what we did. We still want to try to be the 8th largest district, or 8th as it relates to teacher pay in the district. We still continue to strive for that. As you saw, mostly we're hovering around 20%, 19%. So it's a long way to go, but we still keep that as something we want to try to get to. And we're expand promotional opportunities. We're also looking at that and trying to think about how we pay individuals that are hourly for degrees or certifications. Particularly, again, we're back in that area with the mechanics and some of the others that may have the ASC certification, an example for a mechanic. Just an example, or you're able to have an electrician that is actually certified or a plumber that's actually certified. So those are some of the things we want to try to look at paying for those individual certifications as well as we go into the future. With the next plan that we're developing, after we get through Munis, right now we're just tied up in so much of the Munis to go live on July 1, so that's kind of what's taking the HR department right now. Any other questions?
Yes.
Sorry, I've got questions in this area. One of the things we haven't discussed is non-scale positions because of market demands.
Yeah.
So we've talked about this before, like, I know from CIC, we struggle to attract and retain program managers because of all the construction going on, private entities offering them more. We offer more for certain positions, sped, math teachers, things like that. When the bus driver issue came up and we were losing them to CDL, logistics positions, we talked about, non-market or paying them outside of our scale. I remain concerned that we have to balance everything, right? We can't just throw money at it, because then people in other positions are going to say, wait a minute, I don't want to be a para, I'm going to go be a CDL driver where I can make 12 more an hour. So I get the push-pull there, but for certain positions, I think the board has expressed in previous retreats, we're willing to pay closer to market if we need to attract and retain talent. We did it for nurses several years ago. So I think we need to continue to look at that and not just be wedded to this is our salary scale. That maybe we do a position by position or category by category assessment. I know we did it for SROs or SROs a little bit ago because Chatham County had its own police force they were standing up, and on the 37 different municipalities in the area, we're all competing. We have to be competitive as well and respond to market demands. I think that's part of our challenge is we're not close to market in some areas, and so we're losing people or we're not attracting them to begin with.
Yeah, I think the superintendent has been talking about that with scarcity position. I think that's kind of the terminology that we came up with that we use. So we do have a process that we're looking at. And you're right, we don't see it, we don't know it until actually we have problems hiring. That's why we know about the mechanics, we know what's going on in that area. We see it in certain other areas, but you're right, we need to be more strategic and try to do a little bit better with that. But we do recognize those. Dr. Rick?
I just want to echo that. I think one of the things that we do wonderfully is CTAE and the specialty programs that take specialty instructors. And it would pain me, and it has pained me in some of these where we have a program that can't run because we don't have a person to teach it. And on the home front, my daughter comes home the other day and is like, yeah, my robotics teacher, who's one of the engineers at Jenkins, is getting closer to that age. And I was like, please do not retire until she graduates because I know she'll come home, and if she can't do that, she will, the gasket will blow. So I really, I think, and it's the same in higher ed. It took Georgia Southern years to find somebody to teach health informatics, so long that they just had to take somebody that was already at Georgia Southern and say, we're going to pay you to go get educated to come back and make more money because they couldn't get anybody to come out of industry. So I would definitely like to see those ones listed, like a document that, here, we need a welder at this school to teach welding, and we know that this is industry standard. We're going to keep up with those zip codes as to what they get paid, and be prepared to just go after it right away rather than we need to hire a teacher. Yeah.
So Dr. Levette, how much flexibility do you give HR in terms of somebody comes in who's fabulous and we need them and our scale does not meet their requirements, we want them, do we have the flexibility to say, we're gonna hire you?
Well, I will just say that we have struggled with that. With trying to manage the expectations of the industry and the work that we're doing. So I will tell you that continues to be a growth area for us. We struggle with it because of the perception in education that regardless of how you're performing next door to me, we all are on the same pay scale. And it also, there is a challenge also in our area, in Savannah, in Georgia, about who should be paid what. And the expectation is that if you are in Savannah, you should be so in love with the area that you're willing to accept peanuts. And that is just not how it works. So in a previous part of this discussion, I wanted to say, it also costs a lot to live in Savannah. So what you have people complaining about is, you're paying this person this amount of money,
this person this amount of money, but if you want the talent, you gotta pay for it. Because people have options.
That's right.
You know, it's not 1865 or 1855. It's a whole different ballgame that we're dealing with. And so when you start hearing from people, oh, you're paying this person this amount of money, if they have the talent, they have the options, we're gonna have to meet that. And we also sometimes attach the functions that we need to a position as opposed to looking at it as a professional service. If you look across the country, you have a lot more contractors. We'll use as an example AT&T. I used to be an employee of AT&T. The likelihood of me going in now and being an employee is very different than it was. I mean, now they depend on contractors. So you come in and you negotiate your position.
Yeah.
We are going to have to look at a different model of serving our children. It may not be that you have this particular teacher all day long. It could be that we have people moving in and out and serving children. That's not our model. And it also could be that we have to contract with people to get services. And we're doing more of that, but I will tell you, it is a cultural struggle.
How can we help you?
By having this kind of conversation where you are more comfortable with dealing with people who say, I can't believe you're paying somebody $67,000 because in my view, they ought to be making 18. That's because that is what people are responding to. They're responding to these people who sometimes have no idea of what it costs to have good talent. So I think this is a beginning conversation about the reality of running a school district or any organization for that matter. So it starts with us, it starts in this room. We take a look at what's the reality of providing a great experience for children. It's not just the teacher in the classroom, where we're still working on that. It's all the other pieces. Because there are school districts that do not have nurses. Right. There are school districts that have fewer counselors, no social workers. So we provide a full experience. And we need to understand that all that, it costs money. School districts are a business. And we need to understand that it costs money to run a business. So I appreciate the conversations because these are conversations that we have. We talk about what it takes for people to get a real good sense of what it works and of what works. And I will tell you, even in the cabinet, there are different ideas about how things ought to be done, but that's what makes us strong because we're willing to debate those. But it's a new reality. And if we keep operating like it's 1865 or 1965 or 2005, 2015, we are not going to ever be able to move the way we need to. Thank you.
I'd like to move on right now, please, because that's a great stopping point for putting this all in a kind of a package for us to consider. Thank you, Ramon.
Thanks, Mom.
I have 12:26. I would suggest that we come back to session right a minute or so after 1. I don't think it's going to take us a long time to eat. And I believe that lunch is going to be served in the main dining room. Oh. That's this room. Before we do that, would you bow your heads and I'll bless the food, please? Dear God, we're grateful for a good day and grateful for the opportunity to come together for the good of the children. God, I ask that you bless the hands that prepared this food. Help us always to listen to what you have for us to do it, and then to come back and ask for a new task. Amen.
Amen.
Good job. Yes.
Good job. We had a nice lunch and discussion today, and there will be special bonuses. I know that we are asking for a pay raise for the school board, members, but there'll be special bonuses if you want to sign up to be a bus driver or a monitor.
I have my license.
And they're gonna let Ms. Hines do some special work as a lab assistant in the biology lab. So,
I'll drive the bus.
Yeah, Chief will train you on safety and security too, and
Absolutely.
new simulator.
I can
right?
tell you that the most important thing that Chief does is his folks know how to do CPR.
That's right.
And that was very valuable. The other day I was trying to do it to myself.
Well, I gotta say that board training that we had a few years ago with the nurses and the CPR has paid off major dividends in the world of safety and security. Thank you all again. We're gonna quickly get into this subject. Just kind of wanted to set the tone with the current language of what the CDC is. And of course, you know, a lot of narratives today that have been very exciting as we've heard them, and as I heard a lot of comments flying around, I immediately was going, wow, well that's priority 1, or that's priority 2, or 3, or 4. Of course, as you all are familiar with the board's new The Way Forward 2026 and the 4 goals that the board adopted in there in its strategic plan, many of what's been said aligns with that. Of course, this topic here today falls under goal 4, which is under stewardship, and there is a component under there of healthy and safe schools. So we really wanted to hit that. Whoops, I think I went backwards. There we go. My slides have been kind of funny. So, whoop, well, how did that get in there? I'm not sure how that got into the presentation. Oh my goodness, alive. The superintendent.
So Dr. Buck will celebrate his birthday tomorrow, and I even have a special shirt that I'm gonna wear. Tomorrow is 2/2/22.
That's right.
And so he will celebrate tomorrow, and we
And
are.
I'll be 22.
We have, that's right, you'll be 22.
Baby
We have
boomer or millennial?
Exactly.
Greatest generation.
So we have a very special presentation for him. Here's your card.
As he does that,
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Dr. Buck. Happy birthday to you. And another birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
All right.
I just realized the cool thing about this, it can be 18 or 81.
Well, this goes to show you our flexibility. But we wish you a wonderful day tomorrow. We would have loved to have been with you all day, but we recognize that we've taken up at least a day and a half of your time. So again, congratulations.
You gotta blow out those candles, hold on. Shoot.
Very good.
Couldn't have done that last Thursday.
So that 18 proves it. You're a millennial, so.
I'm a greatest generation.
No, right.
No, you're the silent generation.
All right, happy birthday, sir. So back to the agenda. Of course, we're all familiar that the governor has been moving forward the Unmasked Georgia Students Act. It is SB 514 if you want to look it up. I don't believe that there's been any action on that since the last Senate read and referred. I know the last component tied to this was for their action, which was on February the 15th. So not sure where we're at or how quickly this will land. But nonetheless, Savannah Chatham was mentioned in the components of districts that are like Atlanta and other large districts that still have a mask requirement. We did think it was important as the narratives came forward to talk about the mask optional concepts. Of course, it's important to take into full understanding what the governor is doing is really hyper-focused on solely on parents. It's not talking about what districts can do as far as their staff goes or any other components that they might want to put in. And it's also interesting to remember that we have not been able to find any change in the federal law, and Ms. Miller-Kagler can correct me if I'm wrong, as far as transportation masking requirements regarding transportation, public transportation. So we still have to have those masks on the buses. So that kind of in itself has a bit of a component that we have to navigate. When we asked the staff what their feeling were on the mask optional versus mask requirement, 2,000 of them responded. We started this on, I believe it was February the 11th, and we ended it at midnight on February the 14th. So a pretty good response from staff on that. This was in your packets. It's also posted to board docs for review if anyone wants to really get into it. I will say that the reference here, 56% agreed that face coverings should still be required inside any school or facility. 44% said that optional would be okay. This component I wanted to draw your attention to was, the question was, when it comes to mask wearing, thank you Dave, I believe and feel that it keeps me safe throughout the day. So 46 plus 11, this was strongly agree or agree. Clearly felt that it was, and then some 30% on the other spectrum didn't agree with it, and then the middle, really, if you can throw that out as in don't really have an opinion, was a general point in between. District's COVID response rate, many felt that we had done some good things to keep the work environment safe. Large middle pocket there that had that agree component that really statistically, if you want to say that, is kind of a middle of the road component. But then a few didn't agree with the way we were going at. Now, what's important about asking these questions, just want to point out, is that it's plausible to think that with this 50% plus that feel that there is a safety level to wearing a mask, that if a mask is made optional or if it were required for staff, that there would be support for that on the staff side of the house. The reason I raise that again is because the governor's position is really pushing toward parent choice. Dave, if you could scroll to the top there. We also asked them on the effectiveness of some of the layered mitigations that they thought right now was important. The highest one is stay home if you're sick. We all know that. We've been talking about that. It's a component that we've been beating the drum for 2 years. Washing hands. I thought these were interesting here, is the accessibility to testing sites and also shots and booster clinics. One of the things that we've been able to do with the testing partner through athletics is to provide additional access testing points for staff only on our school facilities. So the testing partner with athletics has been out at Savannah High Monday through Friday and West Chatham Middle Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 5:30 for staff who need a test. We've also helped them, connected them with the county, where the county created an agreement with them to allow them to use this parking lot over here for testing availability for the community as a whole, but we also had a secondary line for staff testing as well. When we were hitting the Omicron wall, there was a lot of testing. In fact, the first day we opened it at West Chatham Middle, we had over 130 people show up there of our staff members to get tested. So it was a pretty nice, good service and a good response component for us to be able to offer that. Ms. Hines?
No.
Okay. That, Dave, if you can get us back to regular time. So that's the response. Again, it's in your packet. And we wanted to end out today. This was, as you recall, part of our COVID response presentation yesterday. We wanted to show you, where some of the narratives were as far as what was happening under the Gold Dome. We all know that we've had movements here locally for that as well. But as we considered and sat down as a staff, the superintendent assembled the cabinet to talk about this. Biggest concerns were, what does it mean for staffing impacts? How do we address it from a public transportation side of the house? How would bus drivers respond to it from a layered mitigation component that would be taken away in many ways? And is there a safety support mechanism from the staff at large to feel that they would continue to support wearing masks? And the final nugget I'll leave with you before we open up to discussion is when you have schools that were being closed when we were at really the height of the surge of the Omicron, much of the reason behind that was because of staff availability. So if you have staff members who are catching COVID and they're out, then that was really impacting our ability to operate functionally and provide services to our students because there wasn't enough staff there to do it. So that was a component we had some concerns about as well when we went through this. So, you know, at the beginning of the presentation, one of the things I said was thoughtful approach. When you're turning a large vessel, it's going to take some strong bow thrusters to do it. And as you're moving down the road, you might need to adjust those trim tabs a little bit so you can maintain stability. You remember that? We were just talking about that. But anyway, so making a quick turn, I think what we've done here, I think, has been a thoughtful approach, and we've gotten some data and had some good discussion. So those are the points we wanted to share with the board on the topic as far as where we are, and I'll turn it over now to open discussion.
Before he comes, can you flip back to the happy birthday? Let me get a picture. Yeah, okay.
Question?
Look this way down. Okay.
He looks so good.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is you're not doing mask optional for now until we're told otherwise, or conditions warrant a reassessment.
What I'm saying is, in the format of a retreat and opportunity for open discussion, we wanted to position a few facts for the board's consideration, as we've heard all of, much of you, I believe, have communicated with the superintendent on what your feelings are. So we wanted today to really have an opportunity to get some discussion and kind of crystallize some of that, and also just give you as a group an understanding of some of the data that we've recently collected.
That's,
objection, non-responsive.
Questions, concerns?
I thought you were gonna go right in and just let us say, well, if he start with Sean.
Raise his hand.
Denise, you got your hand up?
Thank you for the information from the survey. I would be curious to, so after 2 years of our students wearing masks in the classroom, for good reason, I've always supported it, but I grow increasingly concerned about the long-term impacts on our students. When we had our Beautiful Teacher of the Year gala, and one of our finalists is teaching children with speech impairments or hearing impairments, and she has a clear face shield on so they can see her face, yet she can't see theirs. And that's just one example. The emotional connection that's made through facial expressions. I grow increasingly concerned about especially now with the increasing information that's available about the effectiveness of masking. When we've seen a sharp decline in our numbers. That's kind of just a broad overview, but actually the question I wanted to ask on the survey was, of the respondents, I think keeping masks on the bus, that's easy. It's transportation, it falls in line with federal guidelines. So I'd be curious to know how many of the respondents were bus drivers, that if we were to keep them on the bus, how would that change that number? And actually more specifically, how many of the respondents, I'd be interested in seeing the teacher-principal feedback specifically, because they firsthand see the impacts of masking and the inability to communicate visually through facial expressions with their students. So I don't know if we have that information available, but I'd be interested in knowing what the teachers and principals responded specifically. Because I do think, and one of the things, we ask these questions, it's great to get the feedback, but we're not asking about how it's impacting the learning ability. And that's where my concern is, of after 2 years of masking, how is it affecting our students from learning social and emotional health?
Before I call on, I don't see any other hands up, but I will just jump right in like I normally do. I believe it's time to make mask optional. I think the latest numbers that we have seen bear that out. I say that with a very reasoned, if you will, answer. Bus drivers should be in masks. Kids on buses should be in masks. Kids that have special needs should be in masks. People who have immune disorders and are at risk should be in masks. But I do believe that it is time for the choice to be made for parents and children to wear the mask if they choose and abide by the rules. I can disagree with my own answer, my own question, if I choose to, but I also know that it is an election year, and whatever your district, you could agree or disagree with that, depending on what your constituents believe, and be honest about it. But I do not want Savannah Chatham to be made an example of by the governor. And last we heard there were like 40 or 44 districts that were still doing what we are doing. I don't want to be called out just so it might get him a few votes. And so that, that colors, if you will, why I'm willing to step out there today and take the stand that I'm taking. But yes, Ms. Hall.
Would that include then teachers, staff, everybody? It's optional.
I would say that teachers and, yeah, everybody would have the option if you feel, you know, I don't wear mine to church, but when I go in Kroger, I wear mine because I feel safer in there and I don't know who's in there. At church, I pretty much know the crowd and I know who's vaccinated and who's not. And I don't profess to have all the answers. I believe it would help us move forward if we did it. Irene, I mean, designer.
Okay, well, Dr. Buck and board, I will agree with whatever, I will go along with whatever the group says, and I think I've shared my opinion with the superintendent when she sent that information out. I still have some concerns, however, because we have parents and grandparents, great-grandparents that keep these children at home. And if they come down with something, many of these children right now are homeless because they lost their parents and grandparents during COVID. I think of that. I also think about right now we're coming up on a great weekend for Savannah, that is St. Patrick's Day. I don't know whether we're looking at that or whether we want to do this before the St. Patrick's Day holiday celebration or after, but that's a concern of mine. But whatever we as a board decide to go with, I will go with that, but I do have reservations.
Thank you, Ms. Hines, and that's a good consideration actually about St. Patrick's Day. Dr. Howard Hall?
Yes, my concern has always been to continue to be if we abandon our mitigation strategies that we worked so hard on, what's going to happen when those numbers tick upward? I know that it's declining, but the death rates and hospitalization hasn't really declined drastically enough to just as you say, start wearing a mask. Also, this would have an adverse impact on transportation. It's going to have an impact on instruction and everything else. If our adults that work in the buildings contract COVID, they're calling out sick. So it's still going to cause other problems if we abandon our mitigation strategies right now. Not saying that we shouldn't, because as everybody else, I would love for us to go back to things as they were. But newsflash, the pandemic has not been canceled.
Thank you. Dr. Freeman?
I think I'll go back to where Sean started. This has been an operational decision from the district. We have always shared our thoughts, and I think the district has done a good job of giving us updates, listening to our thoughts, understanding where the 9 board members sit on it, but then making it an operational decision from the district side. And I am at a point where I would support the district in whatever decision they feel is easiest and best for them to manage at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Any final thought? Yeah, Dr. Hoskins-Brown.
So I'll just contribute that I have a concern about an issue that is not ours to manage, and that is the capacity of our hospitals, which is affected by people relaxing their policies. And I think that, like I said, that's not our area to consider, but that is a big deal in terms of the capacity to handle other healthcare issues, trauma in our community. I'm still at home with no returning to work in sight. It's difficult for me to ignore in my workplace and I'm working out of my backyard because the federal government says it is not safe to go back to work and then have me vote that, oh, everything's normal. For me, everything is not normal. I do believe that there are enough mitigation strategies that there are things in place for people to protect themselves. You can get vaccinated for the most part. You can wear a mask if you choose to wear a mask. I tend to behave even conservatively around my friends. I do wear my mask around my friends because some of my friends have friends that I don't trust. I love them, but I don't love the friends they love. And I don't trust them.
That was before COVID too.
Yeah, that's before COVID either, yeah. So I would support the district relaxing the standard, even though I'm living a life that is still very, very cautious. I would look for the district to continue to give us the same sort of data and have the ability to pivot if they need to pivot. But unlike a year ago, like I said, I am worried about the hospitals and I am worried about the effect on that. But unlike a year ago, there are protections now for people that were not in place. So it's not my preference that we relax it, but I will support relaxing it.
Dr. Levette, anybody, do you need to hear from anybody else, or have we given you advice that you needed?
Mrs. Hall.
Ms. Hall. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Hall got her hand up.
My thought is, I'm one of those who's really ready to take this thing off for good, but if we're not ready to say that, at least can we give the public some sort of indication of when, what would have to be the conditions that we will say it's optional. I don't think we can just go on kind of in limbo. If we don't do it now, when can we say, all right, it's time?
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else that needs to weigh in before?
10 days after St. Patrick's Day.
Well, and as we've said before, you know, and David said it better than anybody else. I mean, this has been advice to the superintendent as she has asked for it individually and as a group. This is not trying to force her into anything, she knows that. But it does give us the chance to, not in a board meeting, air the things that we wanted to say in public, so that she can consider as she gets her staff together to make decisions. Is that anything else you want to hear from that?
Dr. Buck, if I could just make, I appreciate the comments today and then the other comments that we have shared individually. I think it's really important for us to all recognize the current state. The CDC is expected to make comments this week on updating their guidance regarding masking, and I suspect it's going to be like everything else. It's evolving, and I think there will be continued
wishy-washy.
Right. Recommendations that children continue masking based on the number of young people who cannot access the vaccine. But I do appreciate the comments. I appreciate the broad-mindedness in most that we've experienced in most conversations about this and other mitigation strategies. I think most have been, we want to make the decisions together, and I think that's been really helpful. I know that there are people who don't believe in the wiping down and all of that, but
And we've questioned ourselves the effectiveness of all of that. But I do believe that we have been able to keep the schools open and children have been served. Very often, as we've said, the issues have been not necessarily the number of cases in a building, but the fact that people are not able to come to work. We've made some adjustments in our leave policies so that we continue to have people working even when they may have tested positive. And I think all of those things are a result of your confidence in our ability to make good decisions. So we appreciate it, and certainly you'll be providing an update. This conversation has been really helpful. I do want to point out that in the high school student senate meeting, they were overwhelmingly, let's keep the mask. And the middle school student senate, it was, we prefer that it be optional. I think their voices are important. Thus, I spend my time with them because they are, in the end, the people that we're working with. They are much more astute than we think. They are much more caring about their family members and their peers than we sometimes give them credit for. And in the conversations we've had, I've been inspired and know that they have learned the difference between truth and propaganda. They have learned that difference and they demonstrate it. So I appreciate your support, and of course we will continue to take a look at this issue with hopefully coming to a resolution in the next few days. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Beck. Next and last on our agenda is the update on summer embrace, on academics, et cetera. I'm not certain who is doing that.
Ms. Ball Oliver is coming.
Oh, Ms. Ball Oliver. So you finally gonna earn your keep, huh?
Yes. Longest day for you.
I'm missing an Oscar film golf course.
Everybody has a
No,
copy,
oh,
right,
there's your-
from the- everyone has a copy of the presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
This is,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So our academic affairs updates will be regarding our choice programs, pre-K programs, dual enrollment, and summer embrace. Just an update on our choice programs. Our Student Success Expo, we had to pivot. It was supposed to be January 22nd in person, and we got a visit from Omicron, and it decided to stay around, so we had to pivot to virtual on January 29th. Our application window did close on February the 4th, and the lottery will be held on March the 4th. Parents will receive notification as it relates to whether or not their student got into a program on March the 9th at the close of business. And just as a reminder, test score requirements were still waived, and we had an online application process, and all documents related to that application were submitted online as well. Auditions for Garrison and Savannah Arts were in person and virtual, and I do know that Savannah Arts had 21 virtual auditions scheduled today, and that should complete their audition process. Just a reminder of our choice programs. We've seen these before. We shared them with you earlier this year. Our elementary and K-8 middle programs, and our high school programs. So here's some data. The number of actual student applications, which is the number of choice program selections that were made, 6,999. The actual number of students who applied this year, 3,965. And so that speaks to, if you look at last year, we did see a decrease, and we did have to make some changes in transportation. The previous year, 2020, we were greater in number than 2021. Parents were well aware that transportation is not guaranteed and may not be provided. They lived that this year, and we made them well aware during the process, and we still had a large increase in the number of students that applied, as well as the number of choice programs that were selected.
I'm sorry, can you clarify, so the number, so you have the number of students, they might have multiple applications, that's why that top number is higher. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, I might have made 2 or 3 choices.
Yes. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Our pre-K program. Application window is currently open. It will close on March the 4th, and parents will receive notification by April the 6th via email. Currently, as of February 2022, we have 923 applications. This was updated since you had your handout. We looked at the numbers again on Saturday. Last year, this time, we had 940, but of course, again, we are still open in terms of the window until March 4th. Recruitment strategies, our website. We've been on social media with Twitter and Facebook, as well as Amanda's done media interviews. She's done WTOC, and she has a few more that are pending, Amanda Drow. Flyers are being put out in places like the Housing Authority of Savannah and the Department of Family and Children Services. We are seeking to add additional pre-K classes on the west side. I think that came up yesterday, so that is going to be done due to Port Wentworth closure. Adding at Godley Station, Rice Creek, and Garden City, as well as seeking to add an additional pre-K class at Butler because of the high numbers that want to actually be in that program. We need to increase and add an additional class.
Can you say your name?
Why do you think you had?
So when we look at the numbers, they have wait lists.
No, but I mean, why this year do you think that?
Not really sure. I'd have to get with Amanda to see. It could be growth in that community. It could be location. It could be a number of reasons.
Bernadette, so showing a high level of interest is a pathway to having an extra pre-K class?
So when we look at it, if there's a wait list and there are a number of persons that wanted to get into that pre-K, then we start looking at, do we need to put another pre-K there? I don't think this is like the first year that that's happened. So when you start to see an increased interest, that may mean you need to create another class in that community.
But didn't we have to make changes because of the closing of Fort Wentworth as far as Butler is concerned? As far as moving some of those pre-K children? I thought I saw something to that effect.
So know that if we did make additional changes to due to Port Wentworth closure on Godley Station, Rice Creek, and Garden City, but not familiar with the impact on Butler.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I want to pursue that a minute because I'm very interested in adding a pre-K class at Garrison. But just showing a level of interest to the parents, from the parents, that's not enough to
So we would need to look at the data. Has Garrison consistently had a wait list, some other factors that Mr. Feliciano pulls up, some other data points I'll let him speak to, that we need to see, is that there?
I think space is one of the major issues because it's a dedicated school for the county.
Okay, and that probably is, that sounds like the right answer, but that is.
Not what you wanted to hear, though.
Rephrase that, that's not what you wanted to hear.
That really rings true, but that's a problem here, that, you know, because of space. And has that school community had the opportunity to think creatively about how maybe to provide more space there? You know, are there any avenues to do that? Or to just, hey, we don't have the space and that's the end of it. In other words, can I get something going over there to see if we have the space, or is that just a no at this point?
So I think always we're open to looking at things, but also remembering that by it being a dedicated school, that we have to utilize those spaces differently, because you have to account for dance studios and your orchestra room. So we do have to utilize that space a little bit differently to support the learning there.
I think the other, Ms. Hall, you make a really good point. I think the other thing is we have traditionally have concerns about progression when young people get into pre-K in those district-wide programs. So if you're going to get into pre-K, the expectation despite our clear messaging otherwise, is they expect that those young people will claim a space in kindergarten and first grade. So we've been very clear that pre-K does not guarantee you a spot beyond pre-K in a particular building. And we have the same issues with Formie too. So I don't want to make it sound like it's just Garrison. So one of the things that we're saying is what Mrs. Miller-Kegler typically does is we're looking at adding pre-K or any program to a school building. We go over and do a walkthrough and look at their space and try to determine if there's adequate space. Pre-K does have specific space requirements, and that does mean that, you know, we have to look at the space, determine how we're gonna be able to manage it. So it's not as easy as we might think. You wanna speak to it?
It's cut and dry. We have to look at all of the offerings. Playground equipment has to be specific for a school, and that's the state requirement that comes down for us when we're talking about adding a class. There's a whole list that we have to check off. Access to restrooms, being able to have water in the bathrooms for, in the classrooms as well. So when we talk about adding, there's certainly just not a matter of saying there's space in the building. There are specific requirements that we have to make sure that we adhere to as it relates to pre-K.
Okay, all of these things are kind of circling together. We're talking about undercapacity buildings. So maybe this is gradually leading us in the direction of repurposing things for, you know, other programs that because I think everyone here agrees more pre-K, universal pre-K is the ticket. So how do we get to that?
Exactly, it's needed, and certainly we'll be working from the facility standpoint. So when we know that that's the direction we're going in, it just be mindful, it takes us 1 or 2 days to get there, a little longer than that. We'll support it, we go out, and if there's an opportunity within that building, we bring it to their attention. Maybe we can shift students and not consider that one or this one, but certainly we don't want to make sure we're adhering to what those state guidelines are. So that goes back to that long-range planning to a certain degree. You give us what your needs are, we'll go in there, and we certainly will see what we can do to make it work.
Well, Mrs. Kegler, Dr. Levette had also mentioned about the pre-Ks going into high schools where we have students training, you know, to become teachers and working with the pre-K programs. So that's something else to look at our high schools. Is there space in our high schools for a pre-K class? Is that not right, Dr. Levette? You did kind of speak to
Oh,
that.
yes. Well, I mean, well, one of the things that we found, one really exciting part about building the new groves is we're excited to build the new groves, but we also had to move out our pre-K, that we had just moved into groves. Because if we're going to grow teachers, our best place to start, of course, is internally with our staff, and also when we're doing that through our GTAP program, but also with our young people who are part of our early childhood program. And the best way for us to serve them, of course, is that they have the programs right there in the building. So we lost groves, at least temporarily. Our young people had to move out. But if you are at Woodville at any time, our pre-Kers are enjoying a great experience, as well as our students there. We're very excited about that. And we'd like to see more of that happening. Windsor too. Right, Windsor has 2 classes, and they enjoy a good experience at Windsor.
Yes, I was just gonna say, it'd be great to have a pre-K at Garrison, but I know it'd be a great disadvantage. They have pre-K there, and then they're not guaranteed a slot for kindergarten. As
Well,
opposed,
it's not just Garrison, am I right? Are
No,
we
just,
saying
no,
that's just Garrison?
it's a choice school, Garrison is. So
With the same
you have
issues.
pre-K, and then they wanna go to kindergarten, they're not guaranteed a slot, because it's the same process, you have to go through the process.
Oh, and that's only choice schools where that happens.
Right, and also just to piggyback on growing a teacher, I was one that came out of Tompkins High School, we had a pre-K program there, it was called early childhood education.
And
I enrolled in it for 2 years.
Ms. Grabowski just reminded me, Ellis has the same issue. How many times every year do we we deal with both of those. And it doesn't mean that we don't want it to happen, it just simply means that, we keep saying, we keep giving the message, but when it comes, when it actually comes to be, then it's very different when the young people are not able to progress in the same building.
So, and they go through the lottery again?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I know you wanted to, how many spots do we have versus how many applications do we, and if you don't know.
I can get that information for you, but I could not tell you at this time. Ramon might be able to speak to that, but how many pre-K slots you're talking about, how many open slots?
Pre-K spots do we have available?
But we only have 69 classrooms, so you're referring to?
Yeah, so we've got 940 applications. How many seats?
How many actual open seats do we have? So that's 69 times.
Yeah, we need to check, it's usually around about 1,500.
Okay, so we still have good capacity available right now. I know it's not site-specific in that number, but I just wanted to get a kind of a sense. Okay.
And that's the number of applications. Now, applications could be for more than one child.
More than one child.
So that's what I want to know with students. And the second part of that question is, I know somebody may apply for a certain site and that site fills up. Do we try and work with those families to then get them in somewhere else so everybody can hopefully get a seat?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Moving on to the opposite end of the spectrum for our pre-K through 12, looking at our dual enrollment numbers. For semester 1 this year, we did have 531 students dual enrolled. We are now at 490 for semester 2. Some of the reasons a decrease is noted because we have early graduates. Some, the 30-hour cap has been reached, and some SAT, ACT entry requirements presented a problem. I will tell you that the largest contributing factor are the early graduates. About 39 of that 41 decided to do early graduation and finish in December. So they decided not to return.
I was a little concerned about, on that chart, about Savannah High School, for that program. They didn't have any, I guess, that were interested in starting, entering college early, just as Savannah Tech.
So I think Savannah High, some of those numbers that you see there for first semester and second semester, they are at Savannah Tech. But if you notice, there's a decrease. They have some of those early graduates. So they may very well be starting early, but they decided to just graduate in December. But that does not mean that they did not do post-sec. They didn't choose post-secondary options with our university.
But that is, Savannah High only has children going to Savannah Tech.
Currently, yes.
That's what caught my attention.
My school's to a 5-year-old, actually, we have.
So one point that I would like for you to be reminded of. We have done very well when it comes to dual enrollment. I can remember coming to the district in 2013. There were 2 places in the district where we had dual enrollment opportunities. Savannah Arts Academy and Woodville. And Savannah Early College, of course, based on the early college concept. Now students may enroll in dual enrollment from any building, and that is a big point of pride. Dr. Buck, I'm sure, is, and of course Ms. Ball Oliver and everybody else is aware of our work around the 30-hour cap. That 30-hour cap is a problem because there are lots of young people whose parents cannot afford to pay for those college hours beyond the 30-hour cap, so we are going to continue to work on that. But we also have some places where dual enrollment is not encouraged, and that's a problem. That's a cultural issue, and we need to make sure that we keep it in front. That we want our teachers, our counselors and our principals to remind students of that opportunity and not assume that because they
or wherever they might be, that they do not have that opportunity in front of them. So that is a personal objective, is to make sure that in these numbers, if students aren't enrolled, it's because they have personally chosen not to enroll based on some other factor other than they don't know about it. So we need to continue to work on that.
One other question I have down here, and I was looking at building bridges. Can you tell me how many, I guess, juniors and seniors we have in that program, building bridges?
So I'm not sure the exact number of level 3, level 4 students that are in the program.
Yeah, right.
So those numbers could be very low, but remember that those students come from our regular high school.
Right,
So we try to maintain the schedule they have at our high school. So the 3 that you see enrolled were probably dual enrolled at their home school.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can we go back to specialty programs, like choice programs? I wanted to wait till the end to ask questions.
We've had 2 years now at least without test scores for our specialty programs. This will be the third, or is this the second year with no test score required? It's like slide
This will be
2.
the second year.
This is the
Second.
second.
Last year was first.
Last year was 1, this is year 2.
Okay, have we seen, now that last year's group has made it a complete semester, have we seen progression issues or academic issues at any of our specialty programs that would lead us to believe that we still need standardized tests as a hurdle or a benchmark, a loop that they have to jump through?
So I will tell you that Dr. Lewis and her team who handle specialty programs, there will be a group of principals and a team that will be looking at that data that you're talking about now that we have that first semester data. So that will be part of what that team, we talked about it I think last year, that there'll be a team that will convene to examine that. So that will occur. We have not examined the data yet. If you talk about just listening to the principals, there have been some instances and some schools have developed additional plans to support students, but we do know that some have had challenges as well.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I guess just to piggyback, so is that something, obviously, we are where we are, is that something we would anticipate having reevaluated before next year's choice program application process?
Yes,
Okay.
that will be actually occurring this year.
Okay, thank you.
So they would bring a recommendation to us?
So if there will be changes, then in the next choice program, that would be inclusive of that, in the next choice program presentation.
I don't think we've ever voted on that, though.
Yeah,
We
and
discussed
we just
it.
share the information.
So
As
they
part of
get
the
to make that
presentation.
decision, those few principals and stuff will make that decision.
Well, I think what they'll do is they'll examine the data and they'll share that, and of course, it'll be brought to the cabinet and with Dr. Levette's input as well. It won't just be the principals and that team. That team is going to do the research and actually look at the data, and then that comes forth to the cabinet and Dr. Levette, and then it's shared.
I do think it's worth mentioning, whether we say it publicly or not, the bottom line is there is a split on the belief that some of the programs have criteria maybe that don't need to have criteria. That is, and it's a long-held position across the community about the choice programs. Lots of people have been very welcoming of the fact that, you know, silver lining has been that you don't have criteria, which sometimes locks kids out. The appeals process has been very effective in ensuring that we did something we needed to do, which was to ensure that young people were not evaluated solely on a test score, that there were conditions that might have contributed to one not performing as well on a single test indicator. So we are definitely going to look at it fully. This data that we'll be collecting will be really important. And not only the first semester data, but also the annual data from this first time out. And of course, we'll have the same thing for this group that's coming in. We have seen a need to provide additional support, because if you came in without a test score that indicates you're, you know, really good at math, and then you're in the engineering program, well, maybe you need some additional support. But we've, by us adding young people who perhaps are special needs to some of the programs, those supports have also been there and have been reinforced. So
This is actually an exciting time for us to take a look at it. It's one of the silver linings is that we did not use test scores, not because we didn't want to, but simply because we did not see it as being fair to use test scores as a primary entry point or point of criteria for admission to programs. But it has really created some additional needs for support for young people, and who doesn't need support, no matter where you are? And we want to definitely see that. And then we've maintained our audition processes for the performing arts schools because we've been able to definitely audition, but we've also had to add some support at those schools as well.
Dr. Bed, I'd also like to say, and because of the level of the test score to get in, this has really kept some ideal kids that are really well performers out, but because they didn't make that mark with the test score, they were shut out, but they were dynamic kids.
And some of our schools have responded to that by putting things in place that support them in those areas, but their talents were where they needed to be in terms of performing in the program. And they've helped them in those other areas where they needed to have assistance.
I do see a trend with Savannah Tech. I see a trend with Beach, Savannah High, and Woodville, and that's, I was assuming that it's based on the CTAE programs that they have there, which would, that enable them to enrollment at Savannah Tech. So Savannah Tech isn't a negative connotation at all. We have the work-based programs here, and that's the purpose of it all.
And some schools, yes, you look at what's the pathway at that school, and those students are seeking that best fit that continues that pathway for them.
I'm glad we're looking at the score issue. I'd also like us to holistically take a look at the behavior requirement as well. You have to behave to stay in school. It doesn't matter if you're in your normal zone school or a choice program. And sometimes what keeps a kid in school is that they're in a choice program that they can pursue a passion in. And maybe the misbehavior was one thing, they made a stupid choice, last year. That shouldn't preclude the opportunity to pursue a choice pathway that might keep them in school. So I think that's kind of an artificial distinction that we maybe don't need to have all the time. Some things, the privilege versus zone school, I get that, but at the end of the day, you have to behave and stay in school no matter what program you're in.
I appreciate this conversation, and I think it's wonderful that we are providing support to those students that need it. And I think it's important in moving forward that we clearly communicate that we are not looking to decrease the standards at our choice schools, that we are still maintaining the high standards that we have had, but we are providing additional support, because I think that I've heard some rumblings of, well, we don't have standards anymore, and so the rigor of those programs is suffering because of that. So I think it's just some feedback to share with you, that to be mindful of if, depending on which path we pursue for the future of our choice programs, to be
And so, we
cognizant of how
expect all of our choice programs to maintain the high standards that they have and help those students to be able to meet those standards by putting in the necessary support structures. But definitely they are not watering down or diminishing the program based on that. But what it is doing is challenging them to provide the support structures needed so that students can meet those standards. And with the right support structures, most of our kids, we know that that's possible. And so it's challenging them to rise to the occasion. And they're doing a really good job.
And we heard the very same argument, you will recall, when we did the appeals process and we admitted more special needs kids.
Right.
Everybody in this room remembers that when we said if your child had a learning disability, that should not diminish the child's opportunity to be involved in a choice program. We heard, oh, you're gonna dumb it down. Now you've got the special needs kids in there. We heard the same argument, and we stood our ground, and we increased the number of young people with special needs who were able to join those programs, and guess what? The world didn't fall apart. We also had the same thing happen when we opened up, when we started focusing on talent, when we refashioned the requirements for Garrison and Savannah Arts. There were lots, more than 300 communications about what that was going to do to those programs. And they were not nice. They were very ugly. Very, very ugly and rooted in some of the challenges that we are now facing. So I'm just gonna say, you had problems when we opened up the programs to our special needs kids. You have problems, or at least, all these reports of problems. And I just say, I think we're going to be responsible. I think we're also going to look at making sure that our staff is responsive to the needs of our children and giving our children the opportunity to demonstrate that they may need to be in a different place versus excluding them simply because of some of the preconceived notions we have about them. I do greatly appreciate the opportunity to revisit the behavior piece, because that is often a challenge.
I was thinking about this last night, and I'd like my colleagues to just think about this. Ms. Boyle Oliver mentioned support structures to make sure our children are ready to be successful. I found out the other day that a little boy I know in San Antonio, Texas, is going into 6th grade, and he's going into an honors math class. Suppose we had an honors math class at every one of our schools in 6th grade, and how you got in there, you were one of the top 20 5th graders, whatever your score, but at every school. So Duran would have it, and Coastal would have it, and everybody would have the 6th grade honors math. What might that do for those kids at the schools who, usually never are ready for algebra and all when they get to be freshmen? What might that do if we just instituted something like that at every, like I said, at every middle school, so that there'd be some kids coming from Duran, from Hubert, and from Myers, not just from the other schools.
So as one who celebrates master schedule, I'll tell you currently, if I'm not mistaken, all of our middle schools do have that, and they do that. We just had a meeting, and we just met with them as it relates to the new math standards and how they need to refashion that. We met with them last week. So that's currently in practice, and some of them actually work with those students who may not quite make it into the honors class, but by the time they get them to the next level, they are ready. So they are doing that in all of our middle schools. And the high schools are very much appreciative, because we get a number of students who already have those credits when they matriculate through the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade honors programs at those schools.
How many board members knew that? Knew Dr. Buck was the only one?
No.
Okay, two.
That are middle, yeah. I think there's honors, and there's gifted at every elementary school.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had no idea that we had an honors math class in every 6th grade. So I really like to see.
6th, 7th, 8th.
If that's happening, then that means we should really be seeing a difference in our freshman math classes at the high schools. There should be, we should have enough, to see that now.
So
we need to move on, please.
Yeah, but Dr. Buck, this is real important for us who have kids who never get into trig and never get into the higher math because they don't have the basics. So that's why it's really important
I
to know this
understand
and to
that,
see that.
but we need to move on to dual enrollment.
And just, can I, Dr. Buck, if you don't mind, go back and answer Ms. Grabowski's question? There are 1,390 seats available in pre-K, and of those 24 are SPED and funded by pre-K as well. Our Summer Embrace program. We started with our why, just to remind everyone. I think we tweaked that a little bit this summer for 2022. And of course, we are still continuing to create an instructional framework that embraces the need of the whole child. I think Ms. Hall, you mentioned that yesterday. We embrace the whole child. and address disruptions, not learning loss, but any disruptions that may have occurred to learning. We create a framework that provides opportunities for our students to explore our career pathways while also engaging in social skills, and opportunities to promote our workforce development and hands-on experiences for our high school students through SWAP and employing them. And we also are creating opportunities for students to engage in activities that support their physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our counselors will be in full force this summer. Here are the components of our Embrace program for 2022. Readiness and acceleration, so that we have the opportunity to accelerate learning and ensure that our students have what they need to move on to the next level as it relates to those foundational pieces. And we are using assessments to measure their growth. Credit acquisition is an opportunity for them to recover credit if they have not fully mastered the standards. And again, we will be conducting assessments to ensure that they've attained mastery. We have enrichment through our camps. You can see a list of our camps. We continue with our career tech camps, junior university, pre-AP, world language. Our Ignite camps are there for our students with disabilities. 21st Century, Operation 15, offered through our campus police. And of course, Garrison will be doing their camps this year, and we'll be still working with Loop It Up Savannah. Our counselors, as I said, will be in full force. We will have mindfulness activities and small group counselor activities, and the carts will be in place in schools again with those activities for students as well, such as the coloring books, the stress balls, and the other type of activities our counselors can do with our young people.
This might not be a question for you necessarily, but what can we do to ensure that our contractors offer opportunity for our work-based students, offer them a job to work with them, especially during the summer? That'd be a perfect opportunity, a way that they could give back.
Are you talking about our...
You know, the contractors that are working building schools and
Construction based.
I think Ms. Miller-Kegler can answer that for us. She's ready.
I think over the last 2 or 3 years, we have had interns placed in each of those businesses. The Dunn has hosted, Cocktail and Madrella, so we'll do the same thing. We'll work very closely the first year with Jenkins, with the students in their engineering program, and then we expanded out with kids from the construction program, Windsor Forest as well. But it is our intent to do the exact same thing. So they host us.
I was just gonna say, I know under the Fair Labor Standards Act, there's very limited work that kids under 18 can do. They can't operate any electrical equipment.
And OSHA won't even let them on the site. So.
And most of them are in the office, every now and then they're one of the facilities. But we had a project manager that was assigned to work with them in terms of the scope of their assignments. The kids would actually report over to capital projects, update, they go to their site, and then weekly report back over to capital projects.
So what's the difference between that and the With No Time This program where the children are working with everything, equipment?
They're doing an apprenticeship or an internship program.
So that would be just a little different
It's
than
permitted,
on the job. But finally, we did get this program in place to have the children to work with the contractors. And I've been asking about this for years, and finally we did get it a few years ago.
The laws around internships have also changed. They're much more restrictive. So all the rules around what an intern can do have made a lot of businesses stop taking them. Versus a work program where you're doing it as part of your curriculum, you don't have to be bound by those laws.
Question about this, funding? Is it CARES? Is it ARP? We're advancing and hoping we get it? Is it?
ARP. This one is ARP. For 2022, 23, and 24.
So this is us, we're spending the money and hoping we get it back.
We're spending the money, yes, sir. As Mr. Jackson was here yesterday, getting reimbursed after we've written the check.
What, Ms. Ball, what percentage of each of those would we like to see? I mean, of the academic readiness and acceleration, 30% of the kids enrolled in that? I would like to see the A side more than the B side, is what I guess I'm saying. The enrichment to me is not as critical at this point in time as trying to accelerate, have them ready to move forward and things like that. When we do the Embrace program for the summer and we have 6,000 kids, are we hopeful that 4,000 of them are going to be over here?
So I'll tell you a little bit about the schedule and how that works. We kind of have a 50-50 at elementary, which is something that our parents and our students actually, based on the feedback that we had, enjoy, because it gives them a balanced day.
Okay.
So when our students are enrolled, we have it broken into morning, might be instruction for some students, and in the afternoon, they would be able to still enjoy these opportunities that provide instruction as well, but in different areas.
So they're really doing both.
So they're doing both, and they're spending 50-50 for most of our K through 8 students. And then our 9 through 12 students focuses under credit acquisition and on-time graduation,
Great, okay.
with some of them actually being able to, of course, swap students. Yes, sir.
I don't see Oakland listed, is that just an omission? Or?
No, it's not listed. We didn't list every single
Oh,
camp,
okay.
but they will have their
I
camp
just
this
know
year,
that's
as
a very
well as
popular-
Massey will have some opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And they are a paid camp.
I know this is real forward, but what would the cost be to run this? So what does this look like each summer? Because I'd like to know, what does it look like 4 years from now when we decide to do it again, but we know we're not going to get somebody to reimburse us?
Would you like to speak to that? Okay,
I'm
so.
still convinced that there are listening devices.
I know. So we've talked about that, and so we spent a lot of money. We looked at what we spent last year, looking to lower that cost this year, and looking at how we front load some of this. So I'm gonna let Mr. Jackson tap in. Last year
we spent on summer school Embrace
about
about $10 million.
10.1.
$10 million. This year, last year was the first year, and we really were planning Embrace during Embrace.
Yeah.
Supplements, and things we realized we had to pay overtime for custodians down to working, after hours, all of that stuff. So it was a working process. This year, we're trying to be a little more organized, plan it a little bit more in advance, and reduce the cost. But in doing that, academic affairs has also looked at being more structured and unfortunately, but planning a specific number of students instead of guessing how many kids are going to show up. So we're gonna, okay, it's gonna be targeted classrooms with numbers. Then we know exactly what we're gonna spend. So we wanna go from spending $10 million to maybe down to $8 or $7 million.
And I'll tell you, one of the things that we're doing last year, we recognized that it was very different for parents because we had not been in person, so we kind of opened the doors and kept them open, and please apply and bring your kids, and then we kind of went and got the staff to match the numbers. This year, we're hiring the staff. Our staff application opens today, and so we're going to hire the staff first and then put out the student application. So we're going to do a little bit in the reverse this year, and that gives us a better means of actually managing our numbers.
And also, last year we did 2 sessions. This year we're just doing 1 because we realized that second session did not have as many participants. So we're not really wasting money, but we're trying to be more conscious about how we're spending the money.
And feedback from our families not going into July.
And I don't want you to add standardized tests, but if there's some way to measure academic performance, academic gains to show that this is of benefit to those students so that it's easier for boards in the future to say, yes, green light this.
So we do have assessments that will be measuring for growth. We will actually be using iReady for our elementary grades, and we do have our own internal assessments that we'll be utilizing for grades 6 through 8 that'll be measuring their core content areas.
I was just gonna say, prior to Embrace, prior to COVID, back before I retired, every year we always had a extended program, a summer learning program. Each school set aside funding for summer learning. This Title I schools had additional, of course, to supplement, but our state funded schools, so they still have a budget. So even when this goes away, we still have opportunity for summer learning because of the budget that they get at the end of the year, and they budget that in with their schools.
And as a district, we're committed to supporting them too, and we have funds to do that as well.
Have we, in thinking about this, and it reminds me of a question I had earlier about title sponsorship for some activities, for example, like the Herb Creek school garden somewhere. Have we exhausted our opportunities to have a title sponsor for a particular camp? You know, a particular industry that is aligned with what that offering is?
So we have not exhausted them at all.
Okay.
And so, no. But that's something that we can do. We do that.
Thank you. Don't, nobody ask River Supply, because I really want to ask them to sponsor our marine science camp, but you can ask everybody else.
Everybody.
Yeah, but thanks for that lead.
River Supply. And I need to work on
Thanks for that lead.
I don't know how it compares with the expenses, but I know before the pandemic, you know, junior university was $50 for 2 weeks. And, you know, when you're looking at camps, that's a bargain.
Yeah.
So I think that, you know, and you can certainly have scholarships for families who can't afford it, but anyways, that was, I don't know if everyone knew that was in existence before, so I think it's certainly reasonable to charge a nominal
And,
get out pass.
and we will for those, and we do maintain those scholarships. So we will still have our scholarships this year for those students.
The main cost is staff, is it not?
Yes, that
So
is the biggest cost.
That's the challenge that we have. Our camp is 30 days, half day. The cost per child, including 4 out-of-town field trips, is $350. The majority of that cost is staff, and you don't get grants for staff. International paper will give you money for young people all day long, but not for staff. But I think some of these industries, if we could start, you know, trying to leverage that, because the camp is so cheap, it's a cheap sponsorship for them compared to a full-plated dinner for 400 people or something like that.
I was gonna say, one of the things we had to do this year was, last year, was incentivize staff to work. So we have to actually pay more than we did in the past. So you can't make a past comparison. We paid a lot more last summer, which is what we have to do this summer. Who knows if we'll be able to go back to those rates we were using prior to the pandemic. I don't know, but it was certainly, that's one of the reasons why it costs more.
As well as we paid an incentive on top of the per diem.
That did drive the cost up last year.
That drove the cost up quite a bit.
Staff was already burned out, so we had to give them something just to come along.
Any final questions on Embrace?
This is just our last slide with the logistics. As Mr. Jackson mentioned, one session, May 31st to June 30th. You see here the student dates as well as the holiday for all. Our operational times for our elementary grades and our high schools, 8 to 3:30 for elementary and 8 to 2 for high school. Our teacher applications will open today, close on March 21st. Here's the student application window. We will still provide breakfast and lunch. Transportation will be available for our students in grades K through 8. And we will have our Georgia Southern tutors in the elementary grades, and they will be focusing on literacy because they did receive their grant.
I don't have a question.
And we will have before and after care
I
available.
don't have a question about this, but when we were speaking earlier about activities at the various high schools or whatever, and Dr. Buck asked us to move on, so I didn't break it and ask it. But I've had this concern for several years. Maybe someone can help me with this. Why don't we have the sports basketball at Savannah Arts? Why don't we have that at Savannah Arts?
So we look at, when we do our sports programs, a lot of times we do that based on interest. So they have interest in other areas. They may have a lacrosse team. Every school does not have a lacrosse team. So when our athletics department is looking at that, we're putting those sports in place that they will engage in and that we know our students will participate in. If you're talking about camps and our athletic camps, or are you talking about just regular?
I'm talking about regular school when we're talking about it, but I think if you would probably have some other kids who would apply for the program if you consider putting that particular sport there.
We were petitioned for that.
Huh?
We were petitioned for that several years
Yeah,
ago.
well, because a lot of the folks don't want it there, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was the majority of parents that did not want it. We had a parent that came to the district wanting basketball, and the majority of parents there did not want basketball.
And it does, especially with our high school sports, when we look at what is it that the students will engage in, because they do cost more to fund and to operate, and equipment and other pieces. So we want to make sure that we're putting sports there that our students will engage in and participate in. But if the interest comes up, our athletic department is not averse to adding where there's a need. Trust me, they're very vocal about that.
I'll talk to you about that. Yeah, that's what, okay, thank you.
I just back to like workforce and scheduling and knowing that this is at least the next couple of years, it would be interesting to look at, can we hire people for Embrace that then work part-time during the school year and become a full FTE? I don't know, just are there ways to hire people that we know are gonna be full-time here and maybe a less time, or they make their 200 days by Embrace being a chunk of it and then part of the school year being a chunk of it and just getting a salary rather than trying to find teachers that might be burnt out to come back?
So we did actually provide that opportunity, and we will again, for those that have signed on with the district but may not be under contract yet. We had opportunities for them to go ahead and begin that work, and we'll put that out there again. It was not just for our teachers, but for our instructional staff as a whole.
And that is true. That was a big benefit of us because we had international teachers coming in because of what happened in the pandemic and like I say, the Trump administration putting a ban on some of the immigration. We had a lot of teachers coming in last April, May, and so they needed health insurance. So we had them actually work the summer Embrace, so they had money, but they couldn't miss the window to come to the United States. But they also needed to be working once they arrived in the United States. So we will continue to do that as we start having others. So that last year was our first year hiring people in May. You saw a lot of May hires. Never done it before. We had to hire this women.
Mr. Women's summer is over.
No, it's not.
You told us yesterday it was. You said yesterday it was.
Yeah, it's open for this.
So we'll expect your application.
Can I work in my pajamas, because I'm a millennial?
Having done the affairs report was very informative. Thank you.
Somebody, Sean, you had your hand up.
I did,
Oh, okay.
but, sorry. I know it's not on the agenda, but are we, transportation, are we gonna revisit that at some point? Because we've talked about, like, with the pandemic and everything we've gone through, it's an opportunity to kind of rethink the way we provide transportation, so is that a conversation?
I'm going to ask Mrs. Miller-Kegler to speak to that issue. One, that was on the agenda for this meeting, but it really requires a one-topic discussion. This agenda is very scaled down from the previous agenda that we put forward. And that was because we wanted to ensure that we met the objective of everybody getting to have their say on these important topics. When we met with the transportation staff, we had some other questions, but we do plan to share in a way that allows us to examine the issue closely. Ms. Miller-Kegler, you want to make some comments on that?
Good job, you didn't see me standing behind you. I was standing it off. Dr. Levette is correct, and we were planning to bring forward some information at the March agenda as well, but as we continue to evaluate information, evaluate the driver shortage, just how we put all of that together, and how we can possibly expand transportation, because certainly that is our desire, but it just did not.
The evaluation.
Yeah, okay. We needed to take a step back and do some more due diligence, and then come, as Dr. Bessel will be petitioning for an opportunity, an informal where we can talk about it. We can bring some of those proposed ideas and concepts. You all know years ago how we came forward a couple of times with a hub, it didn't work. Now, if we want to look at a hub, everything else that we're continuing with, relative to being able to secure the site, being able to have extra staff on site, we're talking about transporting kids from one site to another. So all of our fact finding, and we do a multi-tip best study, that which is not popular, when you talk about changing bell schedules. So we want to be able to come forward and have those conversations and share with you all the results of our due diligence and our fact finding. And we need to do it sooner than later.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of why I was at, because I know it's that time.
Yeah, it's that time, and we have been putting together several different, options, bringing them before the cabinet, going back and reworking. So we're looking forward to bringing that one topic. We have to bring it forward.
Just as you're bringing that forward, can we also get an update if possible on communications with new CAT leadership? That's been a recurring discussion point.
Repeat that, sorry.
As you're doing this presentation, can we get an update if possible on communications with new CAT leadership? That's been a recurring kind of theme as part of
Exactly, and
transportation.
just before, well, we were still in the pandemic when Dr. Levette and I met with, while Valerie was the interim, did have an opportunity to return some of her leadership team. So giving the director an opportunity, just a little time to get settled, and we'll be reaching out to her because previous leadership was not as open to making modifications to routes. We even proposed that, worked with them in terms of researching and looking at options for routes that will be close, especially for our choice students. And we just did not get a whole lot of traction on that. They want us to work within their established routes, and some of those that we participated in, we really thought it put our kids at risk having to walk too far to get to a choice school, and that's not something I don't think we want to do with our school. Certainly, it was not something that I was willing to bring forward. But certainly, we'll be looking to reach out. They're still having the same challenges, some of the same that we have relative to driver shortage, reducing routes, having longer route times, just, a lot with COVID. So we'll continue, we'll get ready, and we have some data we want to bring before you, and we'll try to make sure if we can get on her schedule before we have that meeting, so we'll try to reach out.
Thanks, Ms. Nola-Cagle. As we bring this to a close, I want to thank the superintendent and Mr. Hattiger in particular for really planning and putting this together. But as we met on this, then Dr. Howard Hall and Dr. Freeman and I, with them, had really wanted this retreat to be about us talking and staff listening. Because sometimes we felt like we were being talked to and don't have a chance to say our own pleasure. And so I think that's what we've done this time. I thank you, Dr. Levette, for hearing me when I said that and for allowing us to do most of the talking. We also, the officers and Mr. Hattiger and Dr. Levette, sort of informally decided the other day that there is no way we can, do a retreat every month and come together for a day and a half and all that. But there's nothing that says we couldn't do some 2 to 4 afternoons or some 9 to 11 mornings or something to hear and get more information that will allow us to make better decisions. And so in saying that, as we get ready to close today and ready for me to turn it over to Dr. Levette, I would like I would like to ask board members, starting with David, about one subject that you wish we had gotten to that we didn't. Now, I can move on if you don't want. Okay.
CTAE growth expansion. I think it's a place that we do a really good job on it. So I'd love to see what other industries we could add to schools to better diversify the options that our students have to choose. And a lot of those aren't even at specialty. They don't have that gate that they have to go through. It's just, if this is my zone school, I can do X, Y, or Z. So what are some of the ways that we could grow that? What are some other school districts doing that we aren't doing CTAE-wise?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mary, are you getting that back there? CTAE, somebody write it down, because I keep talking right.
We've also got it recorded.
Oh, okay, okay. Dr. Howard Hall?
It was just so much that we did discuss in bits and pieces. I just like to have another opportunity to talk more about in depth of what actually took place today. I'm sitting here thinking maybe 2 hours prior to a board meeting, like we did, maybe quarterly, we can, the day of a board meeting, just come and choose one particular topic to discuss and get information on.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Hoskins Brown.
I actually had all of my top areas covered. Personnel, how we're doing in terms of transitioning in our pandemic response, and in our finances, so.
Good. Ms. Hines?
Well, I've been more or less a listener today. But nevertheless, I feel that we covered quite a bit of material. And going forward, I think we just need to finalize some of the things that we've talked about. We've talked, now we need to put it into action.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Ms. Connie?
Just very quickly, I'd like us to talk more about how we're going to align our thinking with the real world to make sure we're in touch. David Brinkman brought it up very well. You know, we can't look at our young people as lazy. They're not. They're different. And we have to learn who they are and how we can best use changes to make our organization grow. So I'd just like that discussion to be furthered.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Denise, Ms.
Denise is fine. I always say Denise is fine. So I think it's been a wonderful conversation. I feel for Mr. Jackson having to go first yesterday because I think we all have lots of things that, and I would appreciate and there's still I think an opportunity to do this, to have it in the budget discussion, have some more in-depth kind of conversation. I felt like that was a little bit all over the place, but certainly not just because of the timing. So that's one area. And then I know you said one, but we hear a lot from Dr. Levette about
a garden, okay?
No, I'm not going to say a word about a garden. Not this time. Not this time. But, you know, when David mentioned like 4 days a week or things like this that I think are probably in her mind about some kind of fundamental shifts that we might be thinking about, just I think hearing a little bit more about some of those big, bold moves, what that might look like and what we need to start thinking about now and so forth.
I think, you know, Denise brings up a good point on that because I happen, maybe because I'm down at 208 a lot, to know sometimes more than somebody else. But I think, I always think it's important for the board to really understand that the superintendent probably talks to, I don't know, 20 or 30 or 40 different superintendents around the country every week. And not always in formalized meetings, but there are shifts going on in thinking all across the country, and I think that by virtue of her knowledge of people around the country, she has the whatever to start moving and shifting thinking, and that's a good point about kind of letting us know that shift sometimes, so thank you a little bit. Mr. Catchmore.
I think the realization I've come to is we need to have a deeper conversation about our budgeting process because every year it changes, but the fundamental stuff we talk about are budget issues. We want this program or that program or this enhancement or that enhancement, but we don't, they're all aspirational. Very, very few times do we say this is what it's going to cost and what are we willing to get rid of. And that's one of, as Dr. Buck said, that's one of our 3 responsibilities. So, I think we're all frustrated with our budgeting process to a certain extent. So maybe an in-depth conversation on how we handle that so we can be more efficient in addressing some of our wants.
As I close it and turn it to Dr. Beth, it's been talked out a lot today, Dr. Hoskins Brown, Ms. Catchmore, several others. I would just like to see us take those 2 or 3, 4 or 5 strategic goals and say, here are the 2 things we're going to do under this goal. Here are the 3 things we're going to do under this goal. And check it off when we get it done. it just seems to me like we sometimes just keep setting those same goals, and we may be making progress, but it doesn't feel like we're making progress, because I love to check things off. And so I would like to see us get, after the exercise this morning, able to sort of move it in a little more focused, so that in December, when I walk out of here, I can say, we did this, and this year. Yeah, I don't know about the other years, but we did it this year. So, Dr. Levette, yes.
I don't know if I should ask now, or it didn't really come up. I'm just sitting there thinking about the Groves K-12 campus. You know, due to our delays with New Hampstead and some was unforeseen circumstances, are we on schedule right now with that, or what are we doing differently to try to avoid some, you know, some mishaps?
I will answer for the group. We still have problems. We still have concerns financially. We still have concerns in the supply chain. We're not on schedule, but we're not too far behind. But we are moving forward as best we can under some very trying circumstances. Did that answer that?
I would agree with that. I would definitely agree.
It must have been a good answer, because Vanessa was down under the
I
table.
just happened to turn my head, but he was actually talking to my head. Dr. Buck is correct. You know, he's spot on where we are, but that's fine.
Dr. Bennett, you want to finish this off? Thank you, group. It's been a team that's been a good.
We've learned so much today, and as you see us huddling and in between sessions, it's because some of this was not a surprise. Some of the comments were not a surprise. Some of them were really insightful in terms of continuing concerns. Sometimes it indicated that though you receive reports, both verbally and in writing, that sometimes we might need to find a different way to emphasize that information that we're sharing with you. I will remind you, as Dr. Buck indicated, I have the opportunity every week when it's possible to talk to the superintendents in our area, but I also have an opportunity to network with people across the country. And I'm reminded each time we have those conversations of something my father said. He said, when you're in it, you do not always understand the gravity of it. You don't understand the progress you're making. You don't understand the innovation. When we did the groundbreaking at Groves, one comment I made was, you cannot know the number of inquiries we received about how we were able to do it. We still get those inquiries. We still get people who will say, how did you, in the state of Georgia, run a child care operation at the height of the pandemic? How is it that you were able to get a virtual academy up and running in basically 3 days? How did you get all of that done? How is it that you're able to offer dual enrollment in every high school building? How is it that you can, outside of somebody who perhaps may not want to, offer high school courses in your middle schools? How is it that you're able to do that? How is it that you can get your business partners to give you money? How is it that you can create an economic development course for your teachers? We have done a whole lot more than sometimes we even realize. It's amazing what we have been able to do, given not just the pandemic, because we're talking about summer camps. We offered 1,200 summer experiences for children last summer. 1,200 individual experiences. We did that. There are places around us that couldn't have done that, even in the metro area, couldn't do it. But we were able to do it. And our children were happy. They were in person, offered before and after care. But we still continue to work to make improvements. And we would not be able to do that if we did not have the support of our board. And I'm very privileged to have that opportunity as a former board member of a public school. I don't know how I would have responded as a board member, but I can say with pride and with respect that while we might have had our challenges during the pandemic, we were still able to move forward. We basically went from cognia to COVID. Think about it.
That's true.
CC on that.
Both disturbing in their own way.
When you have the responsibility as a staff member to create a 900-page report that says your board is in compliance, and that is all you can do, and then go from that to, in between that, to hurricanes and tornadoes and referendum and ice storms and a strategic planning process that was fully involved. We have the goals. And you might remember that during the last board meeting, Mr. Feliciano showed you the individual and discrete actions that would be taken that you have access to on any given day. The Assembly, the moving all of that data into Assembly that says specifically what we are doing, when we're doing, and how we're doing it. The piece we have to work on is your satisfaction on the budgeting process. Trust me, I hear it. So what I want you to know is I am proud of what we have been able to do as a district. And if we are in this room and we agree on everything, then at least not, somebody has to be dead for us all to agree on everything. We're not going to, but I appreciate the respect that we give each other when we lay out our concerns. What it does mean for staff is that we must do a much better job of keeping the facts in front of you. That while we give you a report that speaks to the beginning of the year student achievement in a particular area to the middle of the year reports, that while I may give you those reports, apparently something is not translating. So we need to do a different, we need to approach that a different way. We had in a reflection yesterday on, can we do a 5-minute video that speaks to how the money is being spent, or all of those kinds of things. Those are things we live in, so these kinds of conversations remind us that we need to message that differently. So this has been really helpful to us because it reinforces the messaging that we need to do both internally and externally, but also making sure that we continue to acknowledge the power of the team of 10 and getting the job done. The fact is that people are working day, night, and Sunday to get the work done. Today, all across our district, we attempted something that we had not done before. We had Wellness Day across the district. People engaged in ways that recognized we know our staff is experiencing burnout. We know that, and we're responding to them in ways that they have already expressed their appreciation. And we will continue.
Can you tell us what that Wellness Day looks like?
Well, I'm going to have Mr. Feliciano and Ms. Ball Oliver tell you how we engaged more than 3,000 employees today.
Yes, ma'am.
In a wellness effort, and the fact that you probably missed in that conversation earlier, the fact that we have established a department that will be in charge of looking at wellness across the district, because we see the need. So we're not just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. We're listening to our employees, listening to our students who are saying, we are pandemic weary, we're all tired of wearing masks, but we're also saying to them, we're hearing you and we're making adjustments along the way. So I want to thank you, before they comment, on your honesty, your directness. You know I appreciate directness. And your commitment to children. And I certainly appreciate those of you who have a broad look at it. Because the bottom line is, the children belong to all of us, and they all have needs. And if you don't think so, if you could read some of those reports that we have that come from all across this district, it tells you no matter the income level, the children are experiencing some problems. And we are responding in the best way we know how. So while I might be in a position where, like my friend Deion Hoskins Brown, I may not have my children or grandchildren in the district, but to me, all the children are mine. And when I leave this place, my legacy needs to be, and I work on it every day, that I have made a difference for some child, regardless of where he lives in this city, who's a part of our school district, and I've opened the door for him or her to have a safe experience, a sound experience of love, and with a focus on his or her future. So thank you for allowing me to serve in this capacity, and I thank my team members for making sure that it went according to plan. We learned a lot. Now, if you talk about Wellness Day, that I hope you will hear something about too.
So Wellness Day started, Dave Feliciano and I were attending a session and we heard an idea. And typical Chatham County fashion style, we thought we can take this and we can like make it bigger. And so of that was born Wellness Learning Day. We got together and developed a actual outline process, pitched it to Dr. Levette. And basically our staff, we knew that today was a work day. And so we declared today Wellness Day, where we're showing them our commitment to focusing on their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. And we had amazing team members. Ms. McGuire, our Director of School Counseling, Mr. Holland, our Senior Officer for Secondary Governance, and Dr. Angie Lewis. And so what we did, we actually had a speaker this morning that laid the foundation for that and really focused on their well-being and gave them strategies around being whole, so to speak, and how they can actually practice self-care for themselves, and some great takeaways and some assignments that they could do that focus on what they can do as it relates to their own wellness. And from that, we had, I don't know how many sessions, I'd say 30-something sessions, and some of our business partners tagged in and our staff.
Yeah,
and the session.
District-provided sessions.
Yeah, district-provided sessions. They were all provided from the district, but our business partners supported us. And so we had sessions that they could sign up, and it was either related to their physical, their mental, or their emotional well-being. So you saw us over here sometimes, we were doing a little bit of troubleshooting, but they were sending us pictures from the golf course, because we had staff that their second session was really about going out, and they did 9 holes. I think John Sanders led that session. But we also had financial literacy planning for some of our staff. We had 40 teachers engaged at FORMI, and they were very engaged about planning that next phase of their life. So there's hope for all of them, Dr. Buck. Some of them were a little young in that session, but how they can plan for their financial future. And our chefs were amazing. We had desserts, we had eating healthy. So we had a few sessions on eating healthy.
Those were different.
Those are different rooms, right?
Yes, we did. Dessert was at one site, and so you can imagine which one filled up first. But dessert was at one site, and then preparing healthy meals at another. So we just had a host of activities. They learned how they could make T-shirts and just things that would allow for them to be able to do something other than work and to relieve their stress and to get some enjoyment and take care of self. And so they were able to sign up for those sessions. We provided them for about 4,000 employees today, because today was all about supporting our school sites. And so we've been getting photos and feedback from all of them about the first session this morning, which was the opening session, giving you our goal and our why and our commitment to your well-being, and then also the sessions today that really focus on that physical, that mental, and that emotional piece, and letting them know moving forward. We have a strategic plan. Again, Dr. Levette referenced our wellness center and our school, our director of school counseling, which is where we hope to house this moving forward in that area. And so just making sure that they understood our commitment to that, because we know what they've been through with COVID, and just supporting them.
I just want to add that one of the benefits of this is the carry forward, that the teachers then will use these tools for the students and for the families. And to make sure, we are data-driven. We did a pre-assessment survey or pre-survey, and we're going to do a post-survey to find out how our teachers are feeling concerning wellness in those three categories she talked about.
And we miss painting with the
Painting with the blacks.
Painting with the black. Painting, so we had our art teachers, our CTAE teachers, of course, they were doing their work, but we also compensated them for their piece of today. We provided supplies for folks. We had a 5K early this morning as well, so there was a lot. There was a lot happening, dance classes, so we looked at every aspect. Not because we were looking for some, oh, you did this for your district, and we'll get people who will complain that teachers were not engaged in the way they think we ought to. But we listen to the staff, and it's important that we give them the opportunity to be supported in this way. And we will continue to do that. We do hope to have, and maybe the board can participate in this, the dance-off before the spring break. Yes. Where students and staff will, and departments.
I'm so glad we recorded.
Got it on video.
That's your fault, Ms. Hines.
Put that in the highlight reel for December.
That's right. But we're going to continue to pay attention to the social, emotional needs of our staff and our students. And I'd just like to thank our staff for making that dream happen. Thank you.
Once again, as we adjourn, I thank all those folks back in the back corner for all they've done to make it special for us. Be safe going on this afternoon.
Stacy Jennings has copies of the evaluation sheet, which you should have been able to access through the QR code. So if you couldn't get it, you can grab a hard copy on your way out. And also, as part of Wellness Day, Mr. Holliday will be leading some sprints up and down the stairs here at the stadium. If you'd like to follow him, feel free.
All right, thank you, you too.